We're just having a cozy old time here. First week jitters are gone. Welcome everyone to week 2 of the BPL regular season. It's time for another pre-show here. I'm here with Spooky and Toasty. Spooky, tell me about Interrogators. How's it going with your team?
We went 0-2, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Toasty, what about you? I think you took a map, right? At least.
No,
Or was it
no.
also too?
We are
Cool.
one of the only teams last week that didn't take a map of the opposing team.
So,
Welcome to the club.
A panel full of losers here. All right, cool. Well, we got another pre-show plan for you guys. Of course, we're going to talk about some of the matchups. I think instead of doing 16 matchups here on a 20-minute show, we'll have a couple ones that we picked out that we can talk to you about, and of course we'll do Preds and all that stuff. And we also have power rankings at the end, which will be very spicy. And I think Chat is going to love some of our takes here. But you know what? Let's before we look forward, let's take a look back here and see what happened, because our opening weekend last weekend was definitely very memorable. We had some interesting matches, some interesting results. We even had like our first BPL regular season drama already. But maybe let's not get into that too much. I think the situation's resolved. Everyone's cool now, and we can move on from that. But you know, I don't know if production has it ready, but we had a bunch of clips that we wanted to look at before we look at the matches ahead. I wanted to start off with I think the play that everyone's seen by now, which is the infamous C9 in the Nox Pyromaniac match. You two have probably seen it by now already. Was that the craziest C9 you've ever seen, or what do you think?
Was it the one with the Cassidy? Because that was just like, how does that even happen?
I don't know. I think the cast also made it so much better, where they were just freaking out, and everyone was freaking out. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know if you have the clips ready, so we got a confirmation on that. I guess not, so let's move on. But yeah, that's C9. It's probably on some like highlight channels by now, I'm sure, so go check it out. If not, go click on that clips button below here under the player, because I'm sure it's like the most viewed clips in the last 7 days. I can hear it.
Oh.
There it is. Okay, awesome. All right. I wanted to show this just for anyone living under a rock, because this was crazy. Also, I love the casters here. I think we had the perfect caster setup for this match with Wi-Fi and Dust and V, I think.
It's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It keeps going.
I just love that you can like they're basically they're begging, they're like screaming, hoping that Pyromaniac can hear them. Yeah, this was.
That's about 30
probably
seconds.
The craziest clip I've ever seen in a BPL match. Definitely an interesting one. Another one I wanted to show, we're going to stay in A-League here, is going to be Northbound's own Roadhog player, Dirt, who defied all meta expectations last weekend and was, for lack of a better word, fucking on Roadhog.
Whoa.
Toasty, I think you were casting that match, so tell me, how are you perceiving the performance from this guy?
Well, it was really funny because literally, like, coming out of the gate, like, we were thrown right into the map with no, like, hero picking time. So I didn't even know this was a pick until Shund pointed it out. But then Dirt just starts killing everyone, like, probably averaging 2 or 3 picks per fight, mind you. And it was just inspirational to see.
I think I love to see different picks. Like, I think seeing Hog is cool.
Yes, I'm a. You know, they might have a lot of unknown players, but after that match, I'm just rooting for Northbound every match, just because I love seeing people go out of their zone, become the Chengdu Hunters of BPL, and just like play weird comms, and I love to see it, and it almost worked. They almost won that match, so credit where credit is due. Last one that I wanted to show, just to give some love to our C-Leaguers here, I have another clip here from, I think it was Feedstacker from, was it Nuclear? I believe so. Who was definitely having a good performance on the Zoja, one of the new heroes in Overwatch 2. And I think you can see it here if we pull it up. Take a look at the Genji here, who's like trying to blade, and deleted. Definitely. Feedstacker, one of the bright lights here on Nuclear. I'm sure you guys will agree with me on that.
Yeah, I think killing a blade like that, crazy.
Well, speaking of Nuclear, we're going to stick with them because, like I said, instead of looking at all 16 matchups this weekend, what I wanted to do is each of us picks a match that we will talk about. I will start here with C-League, and I think the first matchup that I wanted to look at here is Nuclear. They're going to take on Restless Insomnia Pack, I think, on Sunday. I think it's going to be our last C-League match this weekend. I picked this one mostly for two reasons. The first one is because I think C-League matchups this weekend might not be the most exciting ones, or like at least if we compare like the power levels of these teams, I think we might see a lot of 2-0s. I think this one will be a lot closer, but also because I think these are two teams that are definitely hungry to be top 4 contenders here. Nuclear, like I said, looked really strong after that first game against Straudis, and Restless Insomniac Pack, even though they lost their first match, it was against Midtown Metros, who looked really, really strong as well, and they've shown a lot of promise. Spooky, I think you have a lot of thoughts about these two teams. Who would you say you would favor in this matchup between these two?
I would favor RIP in this matchup. I feel like it's a battle of DPS here. I feel like the two DPS are going to be carrying both sides. I think RIP snip it out though. I think they're going to win 2-1.
You say RIP? What about you, Chelsea?
I disagree. I think Nuclear take this. Obviously, I mean, Restless Insomniac Pack, they looked decent in the first game, obviously, and it was against, like you say, one of the better teams, but they did lose it, and I don't know if that's going to be great on their mental going into this game. BPL teams, over the course of many BPLs, have notoriously been bad at mental games, so not pointing out any team specifically, because I would very much get a lot of ats for that, but yeah, I think coming back from a loss in your first week of the season is going to be pretty difficult, but if Restless Insomniac Pack do come back from like mentally from that, they should be fine, but I think Nuclear take this.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you. I think Nuclear, they look like a really, really strong team. Like I said, the DPS line looks good. K-Mac on tank, I think Recurven in chat already pointed out. Solos, K-Mac definitely a very, very strong tank. Also Fimi on RIP. I see all those League 0 people always hyping him up as a 1K player, the biggest steal of the draft. I want to see that put to the test this Sunday. And also, I think the support line of Nuclear is just really, really strong with Gag. Former A-League player. I think Rico said it yesterday on his podcast. Thank God Eichenwald isn't in the map pool, so we won't have another window moment here, but no, all jokes aside, I think Gags is an amazing support, especially for C-League, so I think Nuclear take this one just by sheer roster strength alone. So that's our C-League pick for this week. I think next up it's going to be you, Spooky, for B-League. So
yes, so I had to pick the B-League matchup for the week. I picked Kasuni Blossom versus Catalyst. Both of these two teams are
the
coming in
on this desk, so choose your words carefully.
Yes, both of these teams come in 0-1, coming back from, like, I would say bad losses, and they're trying to bounce back. I think these two teams are looking towards the bottom, maybe I'm gonna say bottom half, where they need to come back from this game. I think both teams have the pieces to work up and get into that top half, but right now they're in the bottom half that need to beat, and only one of them can be in that top half after this match.
So what do you think this is going to win it?
What I think, I know Toasty's on this desk, but I'm going to go with Catalyst. I haven't seen
Catalyst.
that much of Kasuni Blossom pop off. I watched them in person behind Robbie's computer, so I think Catalyst is going to edge this one out.
You know, like I think yeah, I agree with these are two weird looking teams. Like I think Kitsune Blossom, they have good solid players, but I think as was said yesterday on Rico's podcast, I'm down with shouting out, by the way. Like check it out. I think every Wednesday or Thursday on twitch.tv/RicoW, he's doing a podcast, so go check that out if you want some more in-depth analysis on these teams. But I think they said yesterday, like Kitsune Blossom, solid players, but I don't see any real shooters on that team, and I think I would agree with that take. Sorry, Toasty, but I think your team definitely has the potential to get a couple upset wins, but they definitely need to play above their like combined strength to make it happen. And Catalyst, I still don't know about like spending over like 70% of their budget on just two players with Navino and Strato. Nothing against those two, they're great players, but they kind of had to make a lot of like budget moves at the end just to get a solid DPS lineup. So I don't know if they will edge it out in this one. I will say, you know what? I will still give it to Catalyst. I'm sorry, Toasty. I think you can make a case for your team in a sec here, but I think Catalyst will win this one. What do you think?
Well, I mean, naturally, I mean, I'm gonna have to pred Kitsune Blossom, obviously. I'm quite confused by your choice of words. Define shooters. Is this a term I'm not familiar with?
It's like pop-off players, like people that will pop off when it matters, you know.
So you just mean star players, because like in that case,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I said this last week as well. Going into the draft, I was smoking something, because like I didn't get
drafted your
anyone...
team.
No, no, basically, I didn't get anyone incredible, right? But I got a lot of really solid players across the board, I think is what it is. And I think as the season goes on, we're going to get better. In terms of this game, I still think we can win it based on scrims recently, and based on a couple of other factors that I'm not going to get into here because it would take too long. But I think they take this. I think Kitsune Blossom take this.
Alright, well, Toasty, we're gonna stick with you here because up next is gonna be your A-League pick for this week. What do you have cooking for us?
Well, I have Inferno versus Old School But Cool, so I think the reason I picked this as sort of match of the week is because these two teams took really unexpected losses against teams they probably should not have lost those games against. Inferno, map 1 was looking horrific for them in their game last week against CMI, and at the end of the day, they came back, they pulled it all the way from 80-0 to winning push, and then they just started falling off the further the series went. And with a backline like Bolting, Cake, and Crystal, and Maxrock as well, those three players, you should not be having those types of consistency issues. Guac was looking incredible as well. Chief, Kairos, Pyro, all really good DPS players. They probably shouldn't have lost against CMI. And then you look at Old School But Cool, who, I mean, they're stacked with talent. They've got Paul, they've got Ahi, they've got Dubu, they've got Chasey. There's so many good players here, and this roster on paper should not have lost against Meow. So
yeah,
I do think
we still have to see them play. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
That was like a half a map that we saw from them yesterday or last week.
But the fact remains that they shouldn't be losing games, and I think this game is going to be extremely close between these two for that pure reason that these are both incredible rosters. They just shouldn't have lost last week.
Yeah, I think these two teams are top half. I think both these teams are stacked with talent and all these players, and I don't see either of these teams being bottom teams. And they have to face each other, both being 0-1. Someone's going 0-2.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's
quick
crazy.
bets. Spooky, who wins?
It's a close one.
This one up.
Inferno 2-1.
You say Inferno 2-1. I also say Inferno. What about you, Spooky? Sorry, not Spooky. Toasty.
Old School But Cool, 2-1.
Same ending of name. Old School 2-1. Okay, alright, interesting.
Close match.
Alright, to wrap the previous here up a little bit, we also want to quickly talk about our first match of the day, because that's going to be the one coming out after this. It's going to be Storm versus Platinum Giants, a B-League matchup of two teams that have won their first match. I think most people expected Storm to win their first match. I think same with Platinum Giants. Some interesting, maybe differing opinions on these two teams, but I think they both showed a lot of promise last week. Toasty, sticking with you here, what do you think about these two teams real quick, and also who do you think is gonna win this one?
I mean, in a meta like this, Platinum Giants, they've got talent, right? In a meta like this, they've got Jordan on the tank, they've got WiseX on DPS. You pretty much take a roster that has those two names on it, and you say they win a good majority of their matchups, right? Or you would assume anyway. But I mean, they could lose against Storm. It is going to be very close because I rate Tanic, I rate Majestic pretty highly, I rate Gurgler pretty highly as well. So just on paper, this is going to be a close matchup. I do think Platinum Giants just edge it out again. I think in a 2-1, but I do think it'll be pretty close.
So from what I've heard, oh yeah, go ahead, Spooky.
Yeah, I want to go straight away. I think this is a very close match. I think this all depends on if Jordan is the guy again.
Yeah.
Is he the person to carry this game? If he doesn't show up, I think the teamwork of Storm will destroy this team. And I think the only way Platinum Giants will win is if Jordan is that guy. And I'm gonna pred. He is that guy, and Jordan's gonna win. So Platinum Giants.
So I won't leak too much or like won't get too much into it, but I think Storm might have some people not showing up today or not being here today.
Okay.
Maybe even their tank players, so we will see about that. Might have some implications on this. Even if they were here like in full strength, I would agree with you, Spooky. I think Jordan is just a guy, especially in this meta. Use it while you can, Platinum Giants, because from what we've seen from rumors, maybe next week Zaya's gonna get a nerf. But even without Zaya, I think Jordan is just one of the best tanks that we have in B League. So I'm gonna give this one to them. I think they will keep their run alive, and they will be one of the big surprises this season in B League. So yeah, I'm going with Platinum Giants as well. Well. That's enough for our previews here, and before we close out the show here, I have a little something planned here for us that I'm sure Chad is going to appreciate, because everyone likes tier lists. You know, if you go to that Season 4 discussion channel that we have, everyone loves making tier lists, everyone loves making people mauled, so why don't we hop on this train here, and I asked each one of you to choose a league and give us your power ranking. Spooky, we'll start with you, because you chose C-League, our lowest league,
yeah.
So let's go take a look at your power rankings that you gave us here, and explain why is your team top 4? What do you think here? You lost the first match.
So it's every tier list needs copium. So I obviously put my team in the top 4. And now what you're thinking is, why is Nuclear so in the bottom half? Everyone thinks there's a good team. I believe that
I do.
Why do you think they're in the top 4, huh? What do you think? Or you want me to explain?
You said it, the DPS. I know what you're gonna say, and you know what? My counter to that, before you even say it, is it counts what happens on the server on match day. But go ahead. What's your
match day never matters. Actually, it always matters. So I think going away from Nuclear, I think Midtown Metros and Relentless Insomnia Pack are both great teams that played last week, and I think they're both top 4 teams going into it. Oomphy Academy is also very high. Interrogators, I'm not going to talk about that team. Nuclear has great DPS, but we'll see how they all come together. I feel like there's still holes that can still be around. And Aristocrats, let's see if Charlie keeps carrying. Draw this. They still need teamwork and keep going on. X2 Terra also needs teamwork, keeps trying to keep going on, keep working together. I think all these teams C-League can go up and down. This week, you can see a whole different week next week. It's going to be crazy.
I think that's fair. I definitely agree with your top 3 here with Oomphy Academy, Midtown Metros, and RIP. I think those 3 definitely showed some of the best Overwatch we've seen in C-League last weekend. Up next, we have Toasty, because you have B-League, and you're going to have some explaining to do here if we can take a look at them, because you might notice here some teams maybe a little low, maybe some teams... okay, I'll just cut straight to the chase. Whiteout bottom 3, what were you thinking? What's up with
that? You know, just so like we said, right? Every tier list has to have some copium, and in order for Kitsune Blossom to even be in the top half, I needed to put a bunch of decent teams like below Kitsune Blossom, and Whiteout was just coincidentally one of those. But in all reality, right? I want to talk a little bit about this Axolotl thing, because Axolotl beat us last week. My counter, Doors was on main support. So I think Kitsune Blossom, if Doors was not on main support for that first map, and if it didn't get Ajax twice and int like 3 times, I think we win that first map. And so Kitsune Blossom above Axolotl, above Platinum Giants for, again, whatever reason. I'm smoking, I don't know. And then I don't want to leak too much, but we scrimmed Ember and did pretty darn well, so we're pretty close to Ember. And then for the rest of it, Ice Cream Parlor, very solid team. I believe that was a team with Fi-Fi on it, and was just doing some just crazy stuff in scrims and on game day. Storm and Lotus, I don't think I need to explain those picks being up there. And the reason I put Yoink and Evo down below is because basically someone had to go at the bottom. The thing is with this power rankings is that, like, the spots from maybe 5th down to 12th are very much interchangeable.
Okay. I love reading the chat's reaction as soon as we showed this graphic here, because I know there's going to be some good reactions here. Toasty, you're definitely cooking with this one. I'll hand it to you. We will see if you're right, if the scrim bugs are real.
I love content.
You totally just put your team above the team that beat you just a weekend ago.
Because
so
we're better.
Because you're better. Okay, we'll see about that. Show it to us this weekend.
We will.
Uplet. Okay, I'm the one talking shit here, but you know what? I'll go last here. I have my A-League power rankings here, and I'm sure that's gonna make a lot of people mad here. These were so hard to do. I'll say this right now. I'll just go from the top here. I'll say Nox Noble, this was a hard one. I think those two teams were definitely had the strongest showings last weekend. Nox, of course, just had a really, really strong match against Pyromaniac, and Noble, even though they gave a map to Northbound, that was a really strong-looking team they were up against, and I just love their DPS coordination with Bun Bun and Recurve. Claymore Incursion, I'll put them at 3. I still think, even if people make those memes about Alwyn's ult value, I still think they're like a really, really good team. Midtown Jets, okay, listen, I'll put them at 4 because they won their match, alright? I know people will say like, oh god, they're like a trash team. We will see about it this weekend, okay? Trust me on this. I also put Frontier at 5 just because even though they lost, they were like still looking really, really strong, and they have a new pickup this weekend with Dean coming in for Epsilon, which I think will make this team really, really strong and just a solid contender. I put Northbound right in the middle just because Northbound is going to be a Chengdu zone in A-League, just because they play off meta, and I want to see more of that. So they're just the ultimate gatekeepers of the upper half here. And then the rest, I'll be honest, like it's really hard to like put these in an order. I put Mechanical Brain last just because, you know, they kind of got stomped last weekend, but that was kind of a fluke game because they were missing people. I'll put a question mark next to them. I don't think they're really like the worst team at all. I just want to see more of them. Same with Old School But Cool. They've only played half a map before they boomed, so maybe they will fix their mentals for this weekend. We will see about that. So take these with a grain of salt. I think we said this before, like, doing tier lists for week 1 is hard, okay? Because a lot of these teams, you only see them for 2 maps. Some people may have scrimbugs. I personally don't, so I'm going personally off of match results alone here and their performances that I've seen. So prove me wrong. If you're mad about this and you're on one of these teams at the bottom, prove me wrong, okay? And I'll admit it next week that I was wrong. This is my promise. Anyway, okay, chat is now mad at us. That's perfect. That's
we did perfect. Perfect job.
Before before they come.
I'm getting told someone's preying on my downfall.
Yeah. Awesome. Good. Well, we're gonna wrap this up here because we have our first match of the day coming up here soon, which is gonna be Lotus. Sorry, not Lotus. Storm versus Platinum Giants. So stick around for that. The pre-show will return next Friday, and we will see if we were wrong about this. Thanks everyone for sticking around, and go stick around because after this break, like I said, it's going to be our first match. So see you everyone.
Hello and welcome back to Season 4 of Bad Pachimari League. We are now into the second week here as we're beginning to see the true unfolding of the true power rankings of the B League today, as we'll be starting it out with what is touted to be a close match between Storm and Platinum Giants. I'm joined by Toasty and Jason. Toasty, you predicted this match for the Platinum Giants. I'm curious, Jace, do you agree?
I think, yes, it might unfortunately be universal diff for my Storm boys this week. I'm kind of co-affiliated with the team because I'm running the team underneath them. Unfortunately, their tank, Girdler, is probably currently riding the minion ride at Universal Studios or whatever. He's out on a trip with Laura Laser and a couple of the other BPL people that were in B League last season. So Girdler not there, meaning Beancan has to be on tank. And I think Beancan is absolutely still a shooter on tank. He's no Jordan, that's fair enough to say. And also he's not practiced on tank as well. I'm going to have to give this one to the Platinum Giants, unfortunately, to bet against my own team. But hopefully, Gio, hopefully I cursed them and Storm still win.
Yes, hopefully the caster curse is taken into place. Well, you know what? I'm going to throw in a prediction as well. You know, I maybe don't have, too much of in-depth knowledge, but I gotta go with the underdogs, right? Everyone's predicting this for Platinum Giants. I gotta have belief in Storm. I gotta give it to them. They might just shock everyone. So for that reason, for the story of them shocking the world, maybe with some lightning, which would be on brand, that would be great. So some substitutions for Platinum Giant Storm at full roster. In terms of the power rankings, you kind of went over it, Toasty, for your kind of predictions, your ideas, some copium in there. Where are you placing these teams then in your power rankings?
Sorry, repeat that question. I was too busy laughing.
Where's your idea of where these teams fit in the overall rankings of the B League?
Yeah, well, I mean, they won last week, right? So they're obviously pretty high up there. I've actually put Platinum Giants below a couple of the teams that lost last week. And then I decided that, yeah, let's put Storm a tier above them and still pred Plat Giants. You can see them here. Literally, I've predded Platinum Giants and Storm are third place. Like, what have I done here?
This is the most unbelievably cope tier list, by the way. If anyone...
Yeah, think about it, right? Think about it. Over the course of the season, overall Storm will be better. But early on in the season, right, they haven't got Googler today. Jordan's kind of doing some crazy stuff on Platinum Giants. I do think that Platinum Giants win today, but maybe not for the course of the season.
I think so. What I also think as well is in the nicest way possible, that tier list should be an anti-drug advert that they send to kids. Don't do drugs, because otherwise you're going to be producing takes like that. It's so egregious, by the way. Obviously, I'm just joking and messing around, but all seriousness aside, there is a lot to unpack on that tier list, and you know what? Tier lists are never serious and they're for the content. So I respect the hell out of it. I respect it.
No, you don't understand though. That when I made that tier list, that was not for the content. That was my genuine thoughts. And then I looked at it after and I was like, wait, was I like on an accidental trip or something? Like, what's going on?
Yes, yeah, absolutely were. There was there was LSD consumed, absolutely.
I also blame the fact that Jimmy asked me like 2 hours before the desk started to make them, and I was in the middle of doing something else. So I was like, yeah, just throw something together. But I mean, I still stand by most of those picks. So.
All right, so we can say that you were rushed. Maybe that's what's going on there. But nonetheless, obviously it's early stages right now, so we don't really have a fuller idea of where these teams are situated. Of course, only having played a few matches so far in just the 1 week. Soon we'll be getting into the game once the players and lobby is ready for Storm versus Platinum Giants, and obviously, we're still a few weeks into Overwatch 2, it's still new. The excuse is becoming less and less, viable. In fact, whoa, hold on.
I must actually look at this. That's good at Universal Studios there. There we go. He's put up the webcam. Good, having a great time. There's Laser in the background as well with their hair. There you go. And we've got a...
Wow.
Everyone
having
knows.
a great day out there. That
No,
is a great player cam.
I'm trying to figure out exactly where in the park they were because I went with Laser at Universal Studios a while ago during late August. We went. I know. I've no idea where they are. Whereabouts in the park?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you either. It's been a few years since I've been to Universal. It's across the pond, so it's not something that we're capable of doing.
They're by the Hulk ride. They're by the Hulk ride. Anyway, expert
okay.
analysis. This is why I'm the color caster for today's game.
Incredible. So yes, obviously some of the players are touching grass at the moment, so that's going to be tough for Platinum Giants. But sorry, Storm, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Storm. Storm is the move. Yes.
Yeah, Storm plus Gurgler, yeah.
Yes.
Which is actually a pretty big loss for them as well. I mean, Gurgler's like pretty good player for them. So
Huge. Yeah, they lose a lot of comms as well. Gurgler is.
how was Gurgler like? Yeah.
I mean, Gurgler's like the play captain, right? And that comes with a sense of responsibility. And I mean, Gurgler effectively built the team around himself. When we were in draft discussions for the team, he wanted pieces that complemented him and pieces that he trusted. So to be missing your captain, a big part of your comms, the tank in your team, it's big. I am excited as well, just to move the convo on. Is a matchup that I'm sure we'll get into is Tanic versus Wisex. I think this is going to be a cracker of a matchup on the Genji. Wisex obviously does have the edge, being a one trick on the Genji for a while, but after the Genji has its 2 weeks in the sun and the hero gets nerfed, I think there will be a struggle for some of these Genji players that we've got in the league.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Wisex's past season has been rated highly. Like, has mostly been floating around like B League, but I believe was doing really well in like Snowdown as well. At the end of the day, I mean, Wisex is the player to be looking at in this match. You can talk about Jordan, you can talk about the absence of Gurgler, you can talk about Tanic, but I think Wisex will fuck basically. That's what we're going for here.
Yeah, it will absolutely smash on the Genji. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Genji hasn't been nerfed yet, so yeah, very strong character still. And when you talk about tank line as well, it's still the D.Va and the Zarya that are pretty dominant right now. Some tanks being pretty unplayable. I mean, last week I saw some people attempting Doomfist, attempting being the key word there because it did not work for them. Doomfist quite low in the tier list right now, and it's just Zarya and D.Va, which does mean, if you have someone who in Overwatch 1 was a main tank, is going to mean that they're going to struggle a little bit. In terms of the tanks that we have here, what's their past like, you guys, in terms of off-tank, main tank?
Beancan was actually a D.Va hit 3.6 on D.Va at the back end of Overwatch, and I believe actually played off-tank for 7-piece last season in B League. And obviously Jordan was in a A-League last season on, I forget what team, I think it was Joe Menton. And just crazy on the Sigma. And obviously we've seen last week was dominant on the Zarya too. So whilst Beancan definitely is more of a DPS player now, they absolutely have some experience. And both of these tanks in this lobby definitely do prefer the current meta, the D.Va, the Zarya. They have no problem piloting those. And they played them quite comfortably in 6v6, yeah.
By the way, something that I've literally just realized after looking through some of these player pages, this is the Hayden Overwatch team matchup. Oh, no, it isn't. Sorry, there's three players? Yeah, 3 players from Hayden Overwatch team here. There's a lot of players from Hayden Overwatch team here. That synergy actually gonna be quite big. Because you were talking about the past of the players and like as off-tank, main tank, whatever, but that just got me thinking about like the past of everyone else. This is the Hayden Overwatch team players on Storm, right? There's like a few of them.
Yes, yeah, it's Gurgler, Majestic, and Tanic B. And then for Platinum Giants, they have Blind Eye Society, which I'm sure the less that we speak that name, the better in terms of the mind of some of those players. It was not a successful League Zero team in their division. This is the redemption. Luckily for them, they've got absolutely hands down one of, if not the best tank in all of B League in Jordan, just based off week 1 complete overreaction. So I'm sure they'll be willing to redeem themselves as well. I think this is also Obi, their DPS captain. I think this is their first DPS game as well. This is like their debut. They're making their debut in week 2, first map.
Yeah. Also, if anyone out there in chat is wondering, our observers are having something we call an SRT special. which is basically the feed that's getting sent to the producer is kind of janky. So that's why we're not getting into a game right now, if you're wondering.
Yeah, it's okay. If you guys in chat type cast to start the game, it will actually start.
Yeah, please type that. Everyone type right now, cast to start game.
Cast to start the game, yeah.
We have a big button each, and if we all press it at the same time, the match starts.
Yeah.
But yeah, tech issues, that's always going to be a thing. And you are right when you're talking about pass synergy. It's a big thing going into it, because the more you play with a group of people or another person, the more kind of instinctual playmaking you kind of make, without communication. You just kind of feel each other out, and that's a big boon, especially early in a season where a lot of teams, like you say, a lot of people playing for the first time on the role, or maybe not having a lot of scrims on the team. So that kind of past synergy is quite important going forward here, as these teams, a lot of them still kind of new of each other, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of veterans in this game, but I feel like a lot of other teams in the league definitely have like just a handful of new incomers that have hype from League Zero and stuff like that. So the synergy aspect definitely helps out for these big veteran teams. Anyway, we are gonna be heading right into the map here just shortly. Nepal will be the first map. So what are we thinking about that?
Nepal. I think this one will be. It depends, because obviously I know for a fact the Storm will have strategies prepared to go against this powerhouse Zarya Genji duo that Platinum Giants are going to bring. It's risky though, because if that pillar falls, they don't have a backup plan, and I don't think they can play the mirror. So I feel like Storm are kind of all in on this counter strategy that they've got, and if that falls apart, I think particularly on Nepal, they're going to really struggle.
Okay, so there's a counter strat here, is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah, there is.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what that could possibly be.
Yeah,
I'm not a strategist, so we'll end up seeing it.
We shall see. Obviously, I don't want to leak it before the lobby starts, but
here we are.
I'm sure there is preparations being made. As there we go, we're into lobby, and I believe now we say goodbye to our gracious host Gio.
Thank you, Gio.
Yes, I'll let you guys get into the first map of this weekend, which will be Nepal.
Yep, cheers. And obviously, kicking off here, we're going to see the compositions. And yeah, that's interesting from Platinum Giants, isn't it?
It is. Only one of these heroes is an imposter and will change, but for Storm, that is basically what we're going to be seeing. Tanic B on May on this map is always something that you like to see if you're a Storm enjoyer and a Storm better. If you're a Storm doubter, then it's not going to be good. But Platinum Giants rolling out here on what looks like, actually this composition, Dubby coming in for the first mob, so they've elected to keep Wise away and instead elect Obi to be the flex DPS, and he's going to pull out the Pharah.
So you were talking about this counter comp, right, of trying to beat the Zarya Genji style. Wisex isn't in, and actually we're going to be seeing a bit of Sojin Pharah here. Very, very intriguing. We'll see what happens. Big Anti comes out, start things off, deflects and beam cannon, going down low, but not quite being executed. Everyone is finding it really difficult to find their way into this close quarters area, but Dubby, nice little railgun onto iMustache from the sideline, and that's the go signal for Storm. Start engaging in. Jordan maybe goes a little bit too aggressive, cuts off their own escape routes, I suppose, but the team act doesn't matter when you've actually got control of this flip now.
Yeah, Storm get a free 8%, but the Pharah does its job. It's not really much about all the damage the Obi was able to do, and they did actually do a lot because they've got Barrage ready to go. It's more about the attention. Platinum and Storm were split. They were looking the other way around, and that allowed Platinum Giants and Obi to find a nice pick off the back of Doobie's railgun. So for now, Storm are going to be rough. They're going to have to rotate in. They're doing Zarya against an incoming Barrage. Let's see if Obi can drop the hammer and snowball this team kill.
Shall see. The flank's going down low early on, and Barrage goes through, but Tanic manages to finish it off. Good cancel there. And despite that, I mean, the flag still falls, and might see a bit of a resurgence here, potentially. Yeah, there we go. Eli taking down on the high ground, and everyone else just scrams, I guess, with Platinum Giants.
There was no coverage on the Barrage from Obi. It looked so rushed, and it was so poor. Not only do you kill the Pharah with that by the double. You also get the Mercy because she's vulnerable. She drops. It was a stick on the res for Duper, and it just didn't end up going down. That was your big resource for this fight from Platinum Giants gone. They needed that to snowball, to generate and accelerate into their own ultimates. And now, through an ultimate disadvantage with Storm having control of the point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Storm as well, going aggressive. You can see this, just all the high ground control is theirs. The Flags and Tanic in the kill feed, finding a lot of kills there. And there we go. Storm starting to stabilize really under Tanic B. I mean, look at that, 3k.
Yeah, Tanic getting a nice 3k, but it's off the back of Iron Mustache's beautiful anti-nade. Both bubbles from Jordan went down just to make them walk in. That Zarya needed the space, and it was traded for that Disruptor Orb from the Sojourn. So really clever play from Storm. The bubbles go down. Iron Mustache, it's an anti, and there we go. But this time, the Disruptor Orb from the Sojourn. Enemy Sojourn Platinum Giants. Dubby opens up the fight with pick onto Rafa.
Yeah, and you know, it was looking a little bit like some trades might come through there, but nope, Tanic and the Flags once again mowed down the entire squad. 5 kills between those two DPS, and Stormer very quickly approaching last fight.
Storm just walk over them here, completely rampage. Platinum Giants have been alt F4'd so far this map, Toasty, and it's thanks to Tanic be there in that last fight again on the Genji. Doesn't even need the nano, pulls out the blade, Bean Can has got his ultimate ready to go. The Graviton Surge is going to be so good as Platinum Giants rotate the point.
Yep, it's going to come through. The Suzu not quite able to save anyone there on Platinum Giants. Everyone just eviscerated there for that squad as Beancan finds 3 with the singular right click. And wow, oh wow, Storm are looking good.
They absolutely are. And it goes to show how much I know as a caster and how aware I am in my color analysis, because I thought they were going to fall apart in this mirror, but they are completely stomping right now. With that mirror composition, they verged away from the Reinhardt so quickly, which I think was the right decision. Once the Pharah came out, then the Pharah went off, and then they stuck on the composition. And I mean, Storm, yes, every fight they had was an ult advantage, but having just basically the first 2 fights 70% basically on the board for free, Toasty. They only used 2 ultimates. They had both defensive ultimates and Graviton Surge, as Platinum Giants had to rush to the objective on that 99. They were just never going to lose that.
Yeah, for sure. And now Storm coming out once again on the Reinhardt composition. Well, a bit of a bug there. I thought the Flex was still in spawn. Nope, they are here and actually dealing a lot of damage as well, getting charged up on the opposition. And with this Reinhardt, Jordan just got rolled over there. Everyone on Storm just put all their resources into dealing with Jordan, walled them off, got the freezes through, and just mowed him down.
Yeah, and what makes it so good as well is you can stick your Symmetra turrets to that Mei wall that comes up from Tanic B, and Eli can't Swift Step, they can't Misty Step over to Jordan to save them, because honestly, after that Suzu from them goes down, Eli's just going to die as well. But Eli, though, with the kunai finding Tanic B, big pick as the Mei goes down.
Yeah, exactly. That Kiriko obviously quite renowned so far for being a very pop-off support in terms of the mechanical ability. Good starting kill there as Obi-Wan is actually traded out, so maybe if a couple more Platinum Giants players go down, this could be over for them, but nope, Jordan is still here, puts a lot of damage down onto iMustache, taking him out, and Bean Can just out in Narnia at the minute as we get a bit of lag there on the feed, but at the end of the day, it's very much up in the air actually. A couple more trades coming through. Eli out of the fight means the main source of healing is gone though for the Platinum Giants, and yet still Jordan continues approaching. Dubby pops that overclock and they clutch up that fight.
Yeah, great play from Dubby and Eli as well, using the power of the Kiriko there, that protection Suzu. That's the only cooldown in the game that could have kept Jordan alive, and that's what they needed, the stabilization, that ability to form around their pillar that is their tank, that Zarya, and it allows them to buy space, buy time for Dubby to clean out the fight with the overclock. Now Jordan's got Graviton Surge. Let's see what Storm can answer. It's probably going to have to be a window swing for my mustache.
See, Beat comes through early on to deal with the grab and the photon barrier as well, so they just let loose a clean shatter because there's no shields in the way. Big obviously facet of playing the Reinhardt here is that Earth Shatter as they get another team kill. There's been a few of those for Storm so far.
Yeah, they definitely have super quick but super efficient as well. It was 3 ultimates, but now they have the Mei ult ready to go, and Tanic B has been a consistent mainstay on the Mei so far across the last season and 2 weeks of BPL. Tanic known for the Mei. I'm sure they can find value here. We're going to see a window fire strike into the Spirit Rush though. Platinum Giants, they're hard committing here.
Oh yeah, they throw in that Blizzard here from Storm, but everyone on Platinum Giants I mean, see, that's the thing. You go so aggressive and the Blizzard just messes them up entirely. Jordan does a bit of tech jumping over the wall there, but it doesn't matter because everything's already over. And again, we're in last fight territory with another team kill.
And the team kill is at least going to respawn them together, so they're going to be able to go as a 5. This clock is going to be bleeding. It is not on the side of Platinum Giants right now, though. But this sim has quietly been a problem for Storm. Deflex has been getting so much work late in these fights. That energy, that backloaded damage is ramping up, and it's leading to Jordan dying a lot quicker than he should against some of these other traditional DPS that we're seeing right now.
Oh, and Obi-Wan obviously having to swap over to the Tracer is not great for them. Can basically just tickle them from the backside, while Jordan, once again, the rest of the squad as well, just gets mowed over by Beancan's Reinhardt and Storm. The counter composition you were talking about actually results in a map win for them here as the overtime burns away. And there we have it, a pretty quick map on the pool for Storm.
And I think Storm just win it with almost preparation. If they had a strat going in, they'd practiced it. And whilst it wasn't the most practiced, the game plan is there and it is actualized, it is realized. And you can give credit to everyone on Storm as well. Rafa is an aggressive Lucio, iMustache is an aggressive support, and this allows them to really push the tempo into 6th gear and just go on that Zarya, and it's a wave of confidence as well. They target the Zarya, which is what you want to do in this comp anyway, but it's almost like a special. Once you get Jordan out of the lobby, once you get him back in the respawn, in the respawn, it's so good for Storm because that is the main player for Platinum Giants, and yeah, it worked a treat as Storm go 1-0 up.
Yeah, don't mind the massive smile on my face as I have predicted. So far, Storm off to a good start. Of course, it's a best of 2, right? So, well, sorry, best of 3. So, first to 2. So it's match point right now for Storm, and that's kind of shocking the system in terms of the predictions here. They really came in, like you said, with prep, playing that Reinhardt, and what I kind of noticed there was when you play the Reinhardt now against the Zarya, you really have to go faster and outpace that Zarya, but with a Symmetra on your side, they were allowed to play a bit of a longer fight, and that Symmetra beam would be going up in levels there. Yes. So yeah, great prep there from the side of Storm.
Yeah, for sure. And sorry, Jace, go on.
No, I was just saying, I sort of mentioned it quickly on the broadcast. I think it's genuinely surprising to some teams because I don't think Sim is necessarily good, but just the sheer amount of burst damage she can output means that a lot of the time in these split fights, these 3v3s, the tank isn't dying with some of these traditional DPS, the Sojo and the Genji, the really high skill cap. If you're Symmetra, just run at the Zarya, you've got 100 energy, 10 seconds into the fight, and you can absolutely 400 to 0 so quick, and if the support of your team aren't switched on and they're able to peel you, if they're not able to peel you, and your bubbles are down as well, just killing the Zarya in that 3v3 can completely swing the balance of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely, and something I want to mention as well is the speed and the tempo of that, right? I mean, the majority of those fights in that map, actually, like, probably not the majority, but like close to 50% were team kills, right? I mean, that play of the game right at the end, that fight was maybe 5 seconds long, because all that happened was a grab and an instant burst down onto everyone to finish off that round. And that really embodies, I think, the style that Storm was going for there. Play aggressive, play the Reinhardt, the Mei, the Symmetra, all very good at swinging in and just holding left click. It doesn't take any skill, doesn't take any intricate sort of fancy movement, tech with Genji, doesn't take any incredible aim with the Sojin railguns and landing them when you need to. It is just go in, hold M1, and make sure you keep your team alive.
Yeah, that aggression level, it's really coming out great here for Storm, and Beancan doing really well here in the tank matchup, even on that Zarya versus Zarya there in Village, ending up with a 5-man grab, which was the defining fight-winning ultimate there for that final fight on Village. Great start. It looked like Platinum Giants were kind of trying something out different there on Village. They came out with Obi-Wan on the Pharah. It worked for the first fight, got Barrage very quickly, but the Barrage, you know, still very risky ultimate, very hard to get value with, so ended up just switching back to the Genji where they got some value. And I gotta say, in terms of the DPS, W versus Deflex on the Sojourn is a clash of the Giants for sure.
W quietly did, honestly, a lot of work during that round. It was just some of these fights were so ultimate decided and so weighted in the side of Storm that the Sojourn is barely even allowed to get 2 railgun charges fully up and online to find that deadly right click or that deadly left click, depending on what you've got it bound to. As I'm learning this week, some of the Sojourns have got that swapped around. But yeah, that railgun, that insta headshot, that I think it's 205 damage to the head.
Yeah.
Either way, like, honestly, it benefits the tempo strategy from Storm, right? Like, do be there on the Sojourn. Any Sojourn needs to sit on an angle. They need to at least shoot a Reinhardt shield to charge up that railgun. If you just go in and wipe their whole team before they can do that, then, you know, how nerfed is the Sojourn if she can't find her railgun, right? Like, so weak in comparison to your classic and every other hit stand in the game, basically. So I think that massively benefited Storm that they rolled out on the Sojourn there. It wasn't, I would say, an intended effect. They weren't specifically targeting the Sojourn, they were targeting the Zarya. But yet again, it was just another thing that added onto the Steam train that was Storm completely training through Platinum Giants on this first map.
Yeah, and again, it's like, it's just a clash of styles, really. Like you say, it's Platinum Giants who want to play that pokey style, they want to play the Zarya, and they want to just build up that charge slowly with the Sojourn and the Zarya, get those charged up, and then go for that big engage where they close in with the Genji. Tanakb obviously trying their best there to do that style, but at the end of the day, you can't be patient, you can't wait for those, you can't wait for your charge to get up on your Zarya or anything like that when you're just being ran over at the end of the day, and that's why the Reinhardt is better, because you're just able to, well, it's not better, right, obviously, like, Zarya's meta for a reason, but the Reinhardt in this sort of situation is better because Storm play it correctly.
Yeah, it wins the matchup in the 1v1, I'd say, particularly if you're able to play it at the tempo. Reinhardt just being able to barrel over that Zarya. As you say, obviously those 2 bubbles make that matchup like just a little bit more Zarya favoured, particularly in the backfight. If your team can crack that Reinhardt shield, it's so good. But it never happened. Why? As you said, Storm tempo just too good.
Yeah, and players are still trying to work off the years of seeing the Zarya pop bubble, then bursting it down and saying Zarya no personal. Now, not the case. You burst that bubble, there's a couple more left to go. So, focusing that Zarya isn't always now the best case to do. But from the mountains of the Himalayas to the canals of Venice, it is time for the second matchup here, which is match point in Rialto.
Yep, thank you, Gio, and well, hopefully Rialto should bring a lot more of this rush style, specifically on third point. You're able to play it very effectively. I feel like there's a corner on first point as well where you can sort of play it, but those high grounds do dominate the first and second points. I'd be very surprised to see Storm roll out with it on the attack, but the defense is very much possible.
Yeah, and I think so, and it's fitting that we're going to be in the rivers to start, because it's very much sink or swim for Platinum Giants here. They are potentially going down 2-0 in this series with the map loss, but I think luckily for them, 4 and Wisex subbing in, so they've clearly got a strategy planned. Could potentially be the Hanzo, obviously Wisex being known for the Genji, but Hanzo in a very good place. That Dragon Strike so good at being able to disposition, reposition a composition. So we shall see what Platinum Giants select to go with. As I was being trolled, it is just going to be the classic Sojourn Genji style. So this is as meta, as bog standard as we're seeing from both of these teams. Interestingly enough, Kiriko versus the Baptiste for both teams. So I think in the short fight, Platinum Giants with those cooldowns, the Protection Studio and the Swift Step are going to have a little bit more advantage. But, you know, if it goes long, then I think they're going to be in a trouble in a war of attrition.
Well, we shall see what happens here. Of course, Wisex on the Genji. Very standard pick, I think, for this player, and already dealing a bit of damage, getting in the backline, being a bit of a nuisance right now, and Storm are finding it very difficult to peel for Beancan there, as you can see. Just get Swift Strike through by Wisex, no real peel to be had, and Storm are a bit scattered all over the place now. They do try and disengage together, but they might lose a few more.
Yeah, and that's really what Platinum Giants were missing on that map one, just that aggression and that W key to go in with their tank on that Genji. Wisex finds the perfect pick. No Zarya, you have no energy for this snowball fight, and that's one pick you need. Majestic, though, he's going to take a swim.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that's happened, but that's going to be a big detriment in this team fight. Already, though, you can see Tanakb still going into the backline, trying to get something done, but there's no support there. There's no real synergy from Storm in terms of that engage. Tanakb just runs in, gets a bit of a bubble from Beancan, but dies. You get a trade on Jupiter, but that's about it. I think this Graviton Surge will nip it in the bud.
Yeah, the Graviton Surge from Jordan is going to be the nail in the coffin, and that's 2 fights where I would say individual positional mistakes from Storm have cost them. Now Platinum Giants are going to unlock the payload. They're going to get a stagger. Jordan's going to be able to farm just a little bit extra up to this next Graviton Surge, but having a free 15% in the bank is going to be so tasty considering he's got the energy and Bean Can doesn't. That's going to be Tanic B falling as well. Wisex once again, 2 fights out of 3 now, Toasty. He found the opening pick.
Yep, and I mean, it's not looking great right now, I will say right now, but you do get this overclock coming in from the flex. Going to try and press a bit of an advantage positionally as Jordan gets ran over for the millionth time in the past, you know, couple of maps. But at the end of the day, it has been traded out. Bean Can goes down. Wisex goes in for a blade, but it will get countered out by that disruptor shot. Does trade out yet again though, and you're still in an equal fight where Storm, I feel like they're just positionally worse, and the players they have online as well aren't able to put in as much damage.
No, they are not. Trading the blade there just to get the payload moving isn't too bad. Ideally, you want a clean fight win once that blade comes down, but obviously going in for that naked, that dry blade is so punishable with the Zarya bubbles, with that boop, with that disruptor orb, most importantly, which was the real thorn in the side for Wisex that ultimately shut that Genji down. Now though, Bean Can finally stop this Graviton Surge.
Oh yeah, and just throws it straight into Jordan, but even so, iMustache goes down in the backline. Majestic as well just gets put very low, and so isn't able to help out the rest of the team in that field. Jordan walks onto the backline, mows them all down. And again, it's that phrase we keep saying, mow them all down, because it's the aggressive play here for both squads that is winning them team fights, and mostly the Platinum Giants.
And it's a great Kitsune rush from Eli as well. There should have been the attrition, there should have been the sustain that came out from Storm. It just wasn't there because why? iMustache was dead. Why? Because Wisex had assassinated him in the backline. Losing the Baptiste early there is so crucial. It cannot happen. They need to do a better job of peeling. Now Tanic B goes in trying to redeem it.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that is a redemption arc and a half. Finds 2 kills early on, both supports fall, and it's basically just easy pickings from there, all the way up to the spawn doors as well.
Yeah, there we go. They let's say they get their stagger on to 4 there. They stagger him deliberately, and it wasn't just Tanic B missing those right clicks on close range. But that payload though, Toasty, had been rolling straight for 4.5 minutes, so that's exactly not what you want. As we're going to get a window coming through.
Yeah, window goes in, and so does the beat from Majestic. Both supports invested, and Storm are still taking a lot of damage. Tanic B goes down. iMustache was also under a lot of flak there, but Bean Can still manages to pull it back. That Zarya obviously being the big anchor, big damage dealer as well, surprisingly, despite being a tank, and just puts in the work.
Not too bad, and it's more for now about Storm for delaying time off the payload. They need to burn this as much as possible. It's not the worst angle to hold, particularly when they've got Graviton Surge coming up here as well. Defense going to be waiting for this overclock as Bean Can opens up with the Grav.
Yep, and that's just an easy, quick team fight. The Flex finds 2 into the Grav, and there we have it. And again, it's another team fight for Storm this time around, right, where they just go very quickly and they know exactly what they want to achieve with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for this defensive side, though, it is a losing game. Platinum Giants, no, they're not going to be spawning there. They're spawning at the other side. There we go. But it's just they know they've got time on the clock. It is absolutely their friend, especially, as I say that, Eli fans pick onto iMustache. This is the fight for Platinum Giants.
Yep, should be potentially, as they also invest the beat. So Jupiter getting a little bit worried that might get swung around by the overclock from Deflex, and so an overclock for a beat trade. I think it's a valid trade there.
I think it's very worth. You know that you have Blade to combo with the next fight. You know you have the Kitsune rush. So important. And honestly, it's just an insurance policy. That is a fight that Platinum Giants should always win. And the sound barrier is the safest option for them to snowball it. So the Giants commit it, and they're finally going to get themselves off going in this 3rd point. Now though, this is going to be a long corridor once they get around the corner. Great angle for the Kitsune rush.
Tanic B into the back. Oh, gets dunked on by 4 and Wisex. Great peel coming through from Wisex to help out 4. Disruptor shot doing a big part in that. As now both Genjis off the board. Overclock here. 4 is going to take a bit of an off angle up on that high ground. See what they can find. No real shot's been hit by this. And to be fair, these overclocks in this game so far have not actually gotten an incredible amount of value.
No, the bubbles are just being forced from both of these areas, too much to peel against it, and it feels like if the Sojourn steps up, then they get hit with a counter disruptor shot or just a Genji straight in their face. Speaking of Genji, Wisex pulled the blade. There we go. Bean Can gets chopped in twain. He's got his eyes on iMustache, but luckily the Norwegian gets away for now.
Yep. Wisex will end up falling towards the end here, but Platinum Giants have enough of a core and enough ultimates building up as well in the grab and the beat. They can probably take this next team fight. It depends on how quickly Storm decide to play this, and if they can really overwhelm Jordan before they can get this grab off. And already, Jordan going to disengage, just thinks it's wise.
Yeah, it's smart. It's a nice window for My Mustache to zone them off, but Platinum Giants have got 90 seconds left, Toasty. They just need to re-engage with this Graviton Surge. It's only going to be the grab as Tannic falls in the neutral. Great start.
That is a lovely first pick, and there's nothing to be done here from Storm because Majestic went down early right before that grab was put down. There was no beat to be had there for Storm, couldn't even put it down, and even if it did, probably would have gone Ajax. So, yeah, good stuff there from Platinum Giants. 1 minute 14 on Rialto is really nothing to scoff at, considering, you know, it's a map where you're getting held on third point a fair bit in these games.
Absolutely. I think, honestly, it's a great time bank and one that Storm will be happy with. They did have 3 minutes going into third point. Let's not forget that. But the ult advantage that Storm got, the close hold they were able to get, drained so much off the clock. Platinum Giants needed a team wipe to just get the payload rolling. So I think you'll take it. They look so much better on this map with the aggression that Fora and Wisex are bringing. And obviously Eli's Kiriko has been much more effective, considering these fights are now a little bit more even, as they're not getting barreled over by that Reinhardt May composition. And those heroes themselves are not as good on this map. Definitely more of a playground for the Sojourn and Genji, and these heroes are just such high skill cap that if you provide a natural advantage to them with something like the high ground, with the distance, they're going to absolutely dominate. And that's what we're seeing so far. Fora and Wisex have just been by far getting way more value. They've just been by far the better Sojourn and the better Genji. And it's really paying up dividends for this now defending team. And they're going to be a bit more susceptible to defense, though, because they're going to take so much more poke. Toasty, they do have high ground, but they're going to take so much more poke on the defense here, I think, that it's really going to drain Eli's resources. And the angles now that he has to peek are a bit more conservative at least, but Storm have potential. As I say that, Wisex again, like the 4th fight out of like 7 this round, finds the opening page.
Yep, and it's on Titanic beat, their opposing numbers, so maybe a bit of a Genji diff there, obviously not said in chat, but you know Wisex was thinking here. There's Deflex up on the high ground, actually punishes Wisex, maybe a little bit too aggressive after getting that first pick, and they needed to reel in that aggression just a little bit. You will find Eli towards the end, staggering these kills out actually, with a bit of payload contest, but yeah, those extra stagger kills will be nice. This will be pretty much towards the checkpoint by the time it's released.
I wonder what happened there for Platinum Giants. They'd taken out Tanic B so early, but they just fell to 2 quick picks from Deflex. And I must ask that ranged poke. They'd secured high ground, yes, Storm, but Platinum Giants, they didn't respect it. Maybe they were sloppy in their cleanup. Now, I think it's a lot more dangerous to just barrel towards them, even if you are down. Remember, you can absolutely flip it. That's exactly what Storm did there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Look at Jordan. What? Gets bursted down pretty much immediately, 400 to 0, and it's because Bean Cannon's on such high charge. Let's face it, Deflex finds another kill onto Wisex. Man, Wisex's arch nemesis is Deflex at the minute, just putting in so many shots there as Cap will come through with 5 minutes to bank.
And there we go, and the 5-minute time bank is really going to be needed for Storm here on this second point. That last fight, I think, was honestly just energy difference a little bit. Beancan just basically stat checked Jordan, and he couldn't keep up. There was no energy. Jordan needed to use those bubbles to get energy, whereas Beancan could use them to aggress, take space, and really provide pressure onto that enemy's area. Deflex finding forward. This is a great first pick from Storm.
And again, it's Deflex. It has been pretty much this entire round so far as they pop the overclock, find Wisex again, a headshot onto Jupiter. And listen, we said last round these overclocks weren't getting much value, and Deflex must have heard us. That's a 5k.
Yeah, it is. Deflex puts all of them on the floor with the Sojourn. Say what you want about the balance. There is nothing but mechanical skill coming out from the Sojourn of Storm right now. Cooking up a Storm and making it pour down with that range. Great Sojourn play from Deflex. And now it puts Storm and the rest of his team in a great position as his grab comes in. The Kitsune Rush is not going to do anything. The beat, though, might stabilize them.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, looks like it as Storm end up winning that fight. Both beats obviously invested during that. In fact, all support ults invested during that. Eli's now going to make the swap over to Baptiste right as they respawn, so just dies immediately. It's unfortunate.
I think it's actually not good here for Platinum Giants, weirdly enough, that they match ultimates because they lose the fight. Now 5 minutes time bank. at this point, remember, Platinum Giants had, when the payload in this position, they only had 90 seconds left. They had not managed to drain the resources out to get to the payload in this position. And Storm here, if they can just wait for 1 or 2 ultimates, if they can be patient, if they can expect a Blade to come down and just lose to that, they're going to have a great angle for an overclock Graviton Surge combo around about the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, I think it's safe here for Storm to just accept the fight loss. They know that this overclock is going to come through. They find a kill onto Wisek, so Blade won't come through anyway. But yeah, getting out the overclock for free there and actually finding a couple of exit kills for Small Charge, it's not terrible for Storm.
Yeah, so now the only question is, and this is something that a lot of teams can get really holed up into, right, Toasty, is at what point do we just commit in a fight? Because it's really easy to say, oh, they use this ultimate, it's fine. Then the next fight, oh, they use this ultimate. Like now Platinum Giants are going to have Blade. If they win with Blade, then they're going to go into Grav. But at that point, you just see your time bank slowly bleed away and it puts you in a more uncomfortable position and it races you against the clock even more. So this Blade, it's fine to give up, it's fine to lose to, but at some point, Storm, remember, they have to press the go button.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the go button. Finding a kill, start off there. Wisex. And with a Blade, finds I Mustache, so trades it out, and it's 4v4. Better spawns hit Platinum Giants, of course, and they'll go aggressive, knowing it, but maybe they'll regret that decision. Jordan dies with that grab in hand. Jupiter trying their best to stay alive, to try and just get some contest on the payload, allow their teammates to respawn, and it's working. The Immortality Field comes through to keep Jupiter alive, and there, right, comes the Amp Matrix. They're going to start firing through this. Now the Blade has to come in from Tanic B with a beat in response, because Jupiter stalled for so long, and right now, Storm, their advantage has been lost.
Yeah, it definitely has, but they're coming back with an energy difference. I say that Jordan's got up to 70 already with 2 bubbles. This Graviton Surge is looking oh so juicy, because you know there's speed available. That's a grab deflected. Tanic B does it again. Jordan, oh no, but Platinum Giants still winning. Are they still winning? Is it clean up? Oh, no way. Oh,
yeah, I mean, Giants, okay, they're against Tanic B here, who tries to get a couple more kills, but not quite able to finish those. And yeah, Platinum Giants, they stabilize despite that deflected grab. Oh my word.
That's another grav deflect. I've seen a couple of those already in Overwatch. Clearly the response time from the deflect being absolutely improved, and maybe just less shields, meaning the Graviton Surge cannot stick to it. But getting out the grav, I talked about that sync and investment of ultimates in the open window for Storm. It's absolutely time for them to get their groove on now. The beat is ready to go. The Graviton Surge comes in, 4 falls, there's no window, the support goes, Jordan as well. This could be it for Storm.
Yep, that's pretty much it. They get the cap through, use a beat just to celebrate towards the end, and yeah, it's, you know, Storm, after a pretty, I guess, lackluster defense, they come through with an attack that actually allows them to play their aggressive style just a little bit more, right? We saw this on Nepal. They like to play aggressive, they like to take quick team fights, and you can do that a lot better on attack because you're able to pick and choose your engage times. You're able to pick and choose when you want to back out because of ultimates or when you want to just invest, and that is why Storm have pretty much double the time bank at this point.
Yeah, and now what I see on this map time and time again, and what we've always seen on Payload, is I think a minute difference definitely matters, but not in the grand scheme of things if both of these teams end up capping the first point and ultimately winning their first 1 or 2 fights. The neutral fight is the big thing here for both of these teams on attack. If you butcher it, if you take too much poke, if you bleed too much ultimate charge, then they're just going to run away with the payload. They're going to get free push. They're going to generate their own ultimates. And then as the overtime wick is living for centuries, that's when the snowball can come through, and that's when it can really, really hurt you. So Storm having that extra minute on the attack means they can take their time, means they do not have to rush, and they need to then they can defend first, so they can probably plan their fights out a little bit better. Can Platinum Giants win this though? Absolutely. They've got a comp that snowballs so well. They're going to be going for a Pharah in that first neutral fight, and whilst Obi definitely did not punish Storm in that second fight with the Pharah as much as they can, I trust Wisek on the Pharah enough to be able to find value in this 1 minute that they've got.
Yeah, I mean, Wisek's on the Pharah here. It's not like it's a Genji or a Hanzo, right? But Wisek is still a good player regardless. I'm sure this Pharah will work out for them. As the Pharah, you really just need to build up a barrage and just burst down one of these players on Storm, and you've pretty much got a teamfight win in your hands. But look at the aggression here from Storm, making sure that Eli goes down. They can't farm any nano boost off of Jordan, who also gets just rolled over. And Wisek's, 60% towards that barrage, making decent pace right now.
Yeah, they managed to do it. They put in all the spam damage, but Storm just ignored it. It's almost illegal that Beancan stays alive there. Great lamp from iMustache, potentially even a game and map winning lamp, because if Beancan falls here, there's no energy, there's no tank. They have to give ground, and Platinum Giants are allowed to walk forward with this Pharah. Because Beancan lives, it's going to be so difficult for them here on this attack. 20 seconds left on the clock. It looks like they're only going to get a barrage and potentially a late vouch, but this Pharah, she's not going to have a fun time barraging into all the resources that Storm have got ready to go.
You just got to bait out the resources, really, right? Platinum Giants need to recognize they can take this a little bit slower and just try and poke out the opposing squad of Beancan, right? Beancan almost goes down there, will be immortality'd up, but now has to use that bubble on the barrage. That's a good trade. The Zari is down, but iMustache just mows everyone down out of the sky. What is this?
iMustache!
The Outmatrix from iMustache! That is incredible support play, the bloodthirsty support. And there we have it. They complete the full hold, and now they have 2 minutes 22 to get it around one corner.
Ah, they forgot about the boy iMustache on that hit stand Baptiste DPS style. We've seen that a couple of times in B-League, the aggression at which you can get out of it. iMustache on 120, 130 MS there, but all the ping in the world, absolutely no problem. Kept a level head, great window. The barrage did not go onto him. They were down a narrow choke point. They had to touch that payload. They were either side of it in that small Venice street, and they got absolutely lasered by iMustache. His eyes were absolutely focused in there on taking down those Platinum Giants. The legs completely cut out from under them. Yes, they lost Beancan, but the picks came through thanks to that support. Deflex also finding a nice kill behind the amplification matrix. But just having the Baptiste in that position, so strong, so uncontested, and if this doesn't put this guy at the top of your flex support power rankings, then genuinely I don't know what will. He's an absolute shooter. Absolute shooter.
It's what you were saying as well, last map on Nepal, about these supports being aggressive and bloodthirsty. Majestic and iMustache have had so much better of an aggressive game than Eli and Dupiter have. That is just a fact.
Yes, and it's support, it's not heal bot anymore, and this is something that I complain and I'm constantly whining about in my ladder game. Support's not playmaking. Give me Majestic and iMustache every game, Blizzard, please, because that last fight was absolutely all on those supports. Being able to playmate from the support position and find the crucial frags, the crucial cooldown, whatever you need to open up the fight, so good.
Well, Platinum Giant's going to have to make some sort of play here, because they have one fight to do this, right? It's either win or lose it, and Beancan goes off the map. Oh no, that is a travesty. Doesn't matter though, Wisek still goes down. Disruptor shot is well placed, and Tanic B also finds Eli, so should be fine here for Storm as they clean up on some players in the backline. Jordan still finds Deflex and is actually doing a good job of anchoring down on the cart, but not for long, as Jupiter and Jordan both fall, and there's no recontest to be had here because it's so far away. And this should be it. Series decided. There we go. Storm take the 2-0 and completely put my predictions in the bin.
No Girdler, no problem. Storm just absolutely rolling with that temper there. Some great plays. You needed the key names, the big players from Storm to step up. That was Tanic B, that was iMustache, and Deflex also stealing the show here on the Sojourn, putting a monstrous performance. We're going to see his play of the game here, which is basically Tanic B's. He just stole a couple of those final kills there, but Storm were so impressive. Every clutch fight, every time someone needed to pull out a big value ultimate, it was just Storm every single time. And Girdler, I don't know, he's probably on the Minions ride right now, wherever he is in Universal Studios, eating ice cream, eating orange chicken at Panda Express. He's going to be smiling from his phone watching Twitch because his team have just completely stomped.
Why would you be watching Twitch at Universal though?
Checking to see how his team are doing. Maybe he's invested, you know. I don't know what time it is in NA right now. It's acceptable orange chicken eating time, I think. They could be having lunch. I don't know.
But hey, it looks like the Geo predictions hit different. Only one to predict Storm, and they come out. Yeah, the forecast was wrong, and these clouds are not platinum lined, but they are dark and stormy, as they're looking to rain terror on the predictions, as it's a clean sweep here. Rialto was very back and forth there, but in the end it looked like Platinum Giants were kind of trying to find something to work. They brought out the Pharah again, they brought out a Junkrat, which was a spicy pick on the defense, didn't quite work out, but I gotta say, Storm are looking very good, and Deflex is the eye of the storm.
Yeah, for sure. Was just putting up insane performances there towards that second map, and at the end of the day, I mean, again, it's that aggressive playstyle. Storm just, I think, took Platinum Giants off guard in so many of these team fights, so many situations.
They absolutely did. We are going to see a player of the match, I think, any second now. I'm curious to see who it is. I would probably give it to either iMustache or Deflex. I think Deflex was so good across those two maps, but you could give it to anyone on Storm, particularly, I mean, Beancan also did great on the tank. Had a few too many environmental kills, was knocked off the map a bit too much, but also did great.
I do want to say, though, I think it's iMustache, because on the poll, the anti-nades were like 90% of the reason those fights were being won so quickly on the poll, right? And then you have Rialto, where it's just Baptiste Haven, right? And just sits there, putting in the shots, puts in the damage. We don't actually have statistics, but like, we usually have statistics here, we don't have them. But I would imagine, iMustache was very high in terms of those damage numbers compared to like your average Baptiste.
Yeah, they are absolutely well. I can get the numbers here for you because they were screenshotted from iMustache. So the numbers from that last map, as I believe it just concludes, this was a 23-28. So I've never mind, this is after map 1. So map 1, iMustache doing 6k healing and 2.3k damage compared to Eli on the flick support, 1.7k damage and 4k healing. Did just under half the damage of his May on map 1. On from map 2, I can't get the numbers for you guys there.
But it's probably pretty high.
Yeah, iMustache was looking very good, especially at the end there, cleaning it up on those extra rounds there on Rialto. Great stuff, and you're absolutely right. It's not healers, it's not heal bots anymore, it's supports. It is the pop-off potential that you look for in them, and certainly Storm have a few good players. Well, maybe Majestic mispositioning a little. That's me being respectfully saying that they walked into the canal at one point or something. Not exactly sure what happened there. A rollout differential maybe, but you know, every now and again you're going to make a mistake. But yes, a very good showing here to start off week 2, and this is only the beginning of this week. Plenty more to come for the rest of this weekend and for tonight. But this is the end of the Storm Platinum Giants. Any final words from the casters?
Well, I mean, I thought we'd be getting an interview in, but it doesn't look like we are. So yeah, that'll pretty much be it. I think that was an extremely surprising game, but I do want to say my predictions weren't entirely wrong, because if you think back to when everyone was molding at my power ranking, Storm 3rd place, you know, I had the right idea.
Okay.
I think I should respectfully say that I think Storm absolutely being in top 3 is no joke. Obviously, I am biased, so I'm affiliated with this team, but they are 5 shooters in every position, and I think it should genuinely be scary. I don't want to overhype them too much because I'm sure they won't want that, but they played with straight fire today, and I think it's genuinely a scary thing when you think that this was a team that was playing with a tank, probably the most crucial role right now, that had only had 1 week of practice and 1 warm-up. Like, they're going to be full strength next. They're going to be full strength next week. And hey, say what you want about the Mickey Mouseness of the 2 wins they've got. It can definitely be contested, but I think there's no doubt that you have to give credit to how Storm performed in these first 2 weeks. They've been blazing a trail so far through some of these teams in the B League.
Absolutely. Well, that's it from us 3. You'll be seeing some new casters and hosts going forward. And next up, after a brief break, we're going to be seeing a Mechanical Brain against Claymore Incursion. So that should be a banger of a match. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the BPL broadcast.
that you thought at that time was never gonna end. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Jimmy. You might remember me from my factual tier list earlier on the pre-show that everyone agreed with. I still have my trusty BPL mug here with me that you can order somewhere online. I don't know exactly where they were. I got Newbeat and MFG with me here, and up next is going to be our first A-League match of the evening, which is going to be Claymore Incursion versus Mechanical Brain. I'm very excited about this one because, MFG, I'm sure you agree with me, these are two teams with very different storylines going into this week.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more. I know a lot of names on both of these rosters, but they definitely have kind of their own little niches that they've already kind of set for themselves. Like on the surface level, we know that so far Claymore Incursion is 1-0, whereas Mechanical Brain is actually 0-1. So Mechanical Brain is definitely going to want to try to look out to balance their score here, whereas Claymore Incursion obviously wants to keep that win streak flowing.
Yeah, and if we can take a quick look at the rosters here, like you said, a lot of known names, but also like just names where you think like, oh yeah, these are definitely the top players in A-League for sure here. I mean, Claymore Incursion, we saw last week Mingus on DPS just popping off like crazy. Alwyn, I know there are memes like about his like old value maybe, but also definitely still an integral part of that team. Seth, I definitely want to highlight as maybe one of the best flex supports we have in the season. He was definitely doing some clutch performances on the Baptiste, and the rest of that team just looking really good. Maybe we'll see Jen for the first time this week. I know he was teasing that he was maybe going to play on the Joy-Cons last week. That was obviously a ruse. We'd love to see him in this weekend. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is. And Mechanical Brain, Newbeat, I want to talk with you about this because this team infamously picked up a bunch of Bastion players. However, they are still nerfed this week because Bastion is not going to be in until Tuesday. Do you think this will hurt their chance tonight?
It might a little bit. Like you said, there's a lot of good Bastion players, but if you're good at Bastion, you're going to be good at other DPS as well. Obviously, we could be nice and say Bastion's a mechanically demanding hero a little bit, so there are a lot of other characters that these players can flex over to, so I still expect them to put in a pretty decent performance even without that comfort pick.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, that last match wasn't so good. It was a pretty quick 2-0 loss, but they had some people not being there. So I'm definitely still thinking this could be a good team, and this will definitely be a good test for them against arguably one of the better teams we've seen last weekend with Claymore Incursion. Let's do some preds here real quick before we head into the match. MFG, who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm gonna go with Mechanical Brain. I think that they definitely have a lot of fuel in terms of, like I said, wanting to kind of balance out their score. And just on the base level, I recognize more names. So that's my pick.
What about you, Newbeat?
I'm actually going to go with Claymore Incursion, partly because my preds for BPL have historically not been very good, so I don't want to pick the same team as MFG to put her in the same pile as me because I tend to curse teams. But Claymore Incursion, as you mentioned, Jimmy, they looked really good last week, so I expect them to keep it up this week as well.
Yeah, so I'm the tiebreaker here. I'm also going to go with Claymore Incursion just because I'm really high on that team. I'm really high on Seth. He looked, like I said, he looked really, really strong at the flex support last weekend. I think he posted a screenshot this week showing that he has like over 3,000 hours in Kovacs. He's definitely a big aim trainer guy, and I want to see him put that more to the test tonight. So yeah, my pick's Claymore Incursion. Well, the teams are almost ready, so I'm just about ready to throw it to you two guys, and we'll see how this game goes. So it's your first match of A-League today, Claymore Incursion versus Mechanical Brain, and here are your casters, MFG and Newbeat.
Yay! This is going to be a very exciting match. I definitely think that starting out on Oasis here, we're going to allow both of these teams to kind of ease into their comfort picks, comfort zones, if you will. Obviously starting on a control map, a little bit different from last week, but I think this is a good idea.
And with us starting on a control map as well, it'll give us a chance to take a look at maybe some different comps. As we've seen this meta shake down, it's been pretty consistent hero compositions across the board, no matter which submap you end up getting. But with Oasis having a couple different variants, you know, with the submaps, we might be able to see a couple interesting compositions.
We just have to wait and see. Like Jimmy said, teams are almost up and ready to go. Also, side tangent, ignore the bad hair day I'm having right now. I need to put it in a ponytail. Oh.
And here we go. We are going into Oasis for our first submap here, and this should be a fun watch.
Definitely so. We see already teams are starting to pick out their compositions in a moment. The screen kind of went into the abyss there, so I wasn't exactly sure who was going to pick first, but we'll keep our eyes open. Here we go. We see some Zaryas coming up by Claymore Incursion. On side of Mechanical Brain, it looks like a Doomfist might be coming out here for the tank.
Doomfist would be a really interesting pick. We haven't seen too much of Doomfist so far, and when the Doomfist has shown up, they haven't been particularly effective. So we'll see if Mechanical Brain can make this work.
Maybe they have a big Mechanical Brain strategy here that we'll just have to wait and see. 'Cause it looks like they're going to be sticking with it, at least for the first push.
So both teams coming out of the spawn, and with that Zarya Doomfist head-to-head now, it's going to be really interesting to see which tank can take the extra space and really make these compositions work. As we have both teams coming in over onto the point, the Doomfist already getting down to half health, has to back up a little bit here, as both teams haven't been able to find a pick just yet.
They're kind of spacing themselves out in a pretty equal sense here. Like you said, no picks because both these teams are kind of playing both cautious and aggressive. But as I say, that Mechanical Brain getting the first one.
That's a big first pick coming out. Now the Tracer popping off a little bit, getting 2, getting 3. Absolutely huge coming out from Mechanical Brain. They're going to take this first flip, and they're going to do it in style.
Anglex here on the Tracer is doing exactly what he should be doing in terms of Tracer getting into the back line, getting into places where you're annoying the other team, and then they have to turn around. So having that kind of person you need to focus all your crowd control towards kind of takes away from the frontline battle. So if Mechanical Brain can keep this up, then Claymore Incursion might be split here.
And we'll see if they can take advantage of that split coming in. The Doom trying to get in the backline. They do get hacked up as we have a Sombra out on the field as well. So Dust is going to have to be really careful of the Sombra counter on the Doomfist. Pangolix is able to get rid of the Immortality field. Now trades are coming through 1v1, and now Claymore Incursion is getting a little bit of an advantage before Dust coming back in and getting an elimination. Now throws down the Meteor Strike into the back, isn't able to find any kills, but they're able to back up and get to safety, and so far so good for Mechanical Brain. They're able to hold on.
Good for them. I said in my pred that I was thinking they would have a good strategy, and it looks like they are proving me right. They've been playing really clean so far. Like that last fight with all those trade-offs, as you noted, they were able to hold on, but it looks like Claymore Incursion's not going to make that happen much longer.
The Zarya is now large and in charge. They're full charge getting into the back. They're able to get a couple picks, and now the Tracer on the other side for Claymore Incursion popping off a little bit too. So both Tracers so far showing some skill.
It looks like here on the side of Claymore Incursion, that EMP available is going to be pretty deadly here for Mechanical Brain when Wade tried to push in. Their strategy needs to be having to be split just enough so that the EMP doesn't become a 5-man, but also that they don't lose any crucial members early on.
That's a big pick coming out early. The early pick, massive for the Zarya, and now the cleanup coming through for Claymore Incursion. Very efficient in this fight, winning it very quickly and getting some more of that cap percentage.
That was a really nice engage there from Claymore Incursion because they didn't even have to use that EMP. They were able to basically get it done with just sheer aggression. Like, I don't think any side committed anything there. And so now, in terms of ultimate economy, Claymore Incursion is looking really great right now. So Mechanical Brain is going to have to use the ultimates they have in a very, very, very particular way if they want to regain control.
Claymore Incursion definitely has all the tools in the toolbox to take this fight, and that's a great start with a pick coming out early onto the Ana. That's a lot of healing gone now for Mechanical Brain without the Ana in the fight. Graviton Surge still online, but they might not even need it here. They're winning another fight very quickly. The Overclock did come out there from Clap, but it didn't get anything done.
And that's gotta hurt for Mechanical Brain there, because, you know, Overclock has been a pretty good ultimate, I must say, like, at least from my personal experience. Like, the Sojourn's able to get a lot of key pickoffs there in an instant, almost like a Widow Snipe, if you want to compare it to that. So the fact that Mechanical Brain wasn't able to take that tool and utilize it might spell out bad things for them coming forward.
Mechanical Brain has to start turning it around here if they want to stay in this map. And the grab is going to come early. That's going to catch the Doomfist. Just going to be able to get out with the Meteor Strike. It looks like they will be able to do just that. Unfortunately, the Lucia falls even quicker. And with 2 picks in the bag, Claymore Incursion pushing forward here in overtime to see if they can finish this off.
And it looks like they might just do it. I don't think Mechanical Brain has anyone left here to stall. That was honestly a very, very good showing from Claymore Incursion. I feel like they won the majority of their fights without having to overcommit, which is essentially what you want. It's that sweet spot. So if they keep this momentum going, they could easily take Oasis.
Right, they're halfway there. They only need one more map, and that was a really good start for Claymore Incursion. They stumbled a little bit the first fight. Mechanical Brain came out strong, with the Tracer play coming out from Pangalex, but basically from then on, Claymore Incursion was able to win every fight, and they played almost perfectly the rest of the way through.
I had to think about whether it was adaptability on Claymore Incursion's part, or if it was just like Mechanical Brain not really knowing like the correct angles to kind of engage from. Because like you said, like in the beginning, like Pangalex on that Tracer specifically, Mechanical Brain doing great, but then all of a sudden it kind of flip-flopped before our eyes.
And now we'll see if Mechanical Brain can start turning this around in the second sub-map here as we go through City Center. Both teams coming over near the jump pad on the left-hand side if you're Mechanical Brain. An interesting place to start this fight off. Both teams trying to get that high ground control. And an early pick here from Clap is going to start it off great for Mechanical Brain.
And speaking of like those and kind of interesting places, apparently the reason why Dust is playing Doomfist is because he was in Recurve's chat saying that the next gifted sub tells him what hero to play. And I guess it was Doomfist. So we'll see if Dust is able to take this gifted sub and make it work. And so far, he has.
A bold strategy, to be sure, to let somebody pick your hero for this match, or at least for this map. And as you mentioned, MFG, it's been working out so well so far. This Doomfist has been looking pretty clean this round. Pangalex still just doing work on that Tracer as Clap's able to get into the back and finish off Seb on the BAP. That is going to be a massive pick coming through. And so far in this round, Mechanical Brain's already up to 30% and counting, and they are absolutely in the driver's seat.
I'm sensing a bit of deja vu here, where Mechanical Brain has a pretty strong hold in the beginning of this match. So I hope that the part of the deja vu where they get it taken away just like that doesn't come to fruition, because I think that they've kind of maybe learned from their mistake in that first round, and they're kind of regaining their momentum here.
And this fight could be massive. You see Clap's got that blade on line here, and not much to really combo it with except for that Kitsune. And that's going to come out huge here. Clap getting into the back, trying to swipe away on the Zarya, gets rid of Zhao, and that's going to be another fight when Mechanical Brain has been perfect in this round. They have to be so happy with how this has gone so far.
So happy with that ultimate combo there, because obviously we know that Kiriko hasn't been in this game, let alone competitive, for a while now. But that Kitsune rush with that Dragon Blade, that was beautiful, because it's almost like a speed boost, but instead of just speed, it's attack. Like, that's honestly, like, arguably better than a nano boost.
For 10 seconds, that ultimate's really fun to watch with how fast everyone can go. Now Nacho gets on the back line and drops down an absolutely gargantuan EMP. And that's going to flip this fight on its head. Claymore Incursion is going to wipe up here and finally take the point back.
I like how Claymore Incursion kind of used that EMP as a sort of trump card, so to speak, because that happened so cleanly and swiftly. I don't think Mechanical Brain even knew what was going on. So now they're looking at the ultimate economy. Mechanical Brain, a lot of stuff on their table to work with here, but Dust getting picked out pretty early.
Unfortunately, they are a recipient of a railgun to the brain, and that's going to really hurt. A nice shot coming out from Mingus, and that is going to delay any kind of re-engagement that Mechanical Brain wants to make here, because they got to wait for their tank to come back.
Having to regroup there might cost them some extra time here as the percentage keeps ticking up for Claymore Incursion. It looks like that Graviton Surge has been popped. Doesn't look like anything happened though.
Not much coming through with that grab, and now the Meteor Strike going in over the top from Dust. That isn't going to claim any victims. And now we got the beat coming out on the side of Claymore Incursion, but that is not going to save Mingus' life as they go down to the melee of Pangalex. And now Mechanical Brain is looking to see if they can finish off this numbers advantage, if they can turn this into a win. Pangalex is able to get another. That could really turn this around here. Zhao doing everything they can on the Zarya to keep contesting, to keep alive in this fight, but it's looking rough for them. They are surrounded by enemies, and they finally go down. Mechanical Brain has already got the flip, but overtime is going to be triggered here by the Lucio coming flying in at the last second.
We see now that Sombra trying to touch too, but I don't think there's going to be enough Claymore members to keep this alive for much longer. We see there is a pick coming out there on the Lucio, but the two other return kills on the supports are going to spell it here. for Mechanical Brain just having to pick off the rest of these stall characters. I like how Mechanical Brain bounced back here. I think that they played a really clean round, and even though they let Claymore Incursion get almost 60%, they were able to tie it back, which is what counts.
And Mechanical Brain, they look so good because if you kind of think about it, really the only time Claymore Incursion got ahead in that sub-map was from the EMP coming up from Nacho Man. So besides that one massive fight-winning ultimate that came out, Mechanical Brain was pretty clean.
And I love to see it. They're almost big brain. I'm probably gonna make that joke 100 billion times this match. But in all seriousness, the point stands. Like, as you noted, they kind of had that nice little strategy there in terms of kind of winning the fights that count. And it looks like, speaking of strategies, nothing really new in terms of hero picks. Claymore Incursion still confident on what they were running before. I'm hoping that they can get things done here on this last map.
This is do or die for the first map of this match, with both teams coming together near the point once again. Doom trying to get in and get some early damage done here, as Nacho in the back just trying to look for an early hack target to amplify some of that damage coming in, as the point is about to unlock. Shao getting charged up on the Zarya. Immortality Field comes out, nicely done there from Seb, but they're not able to stay alive, unfortunately. Pangolix is able to take them down. Trades coming through. One to the good right now for Mechanical Brain. They have an advantage as far as personnel goes, and they're going to get this first cap.
That was a really clean fight. Like, I said that before, but I feel like it's just a repeat at this point. Mechanical Brain knowing what to do and how to do it. That's exactly what you want to see, no matter how redundant it is, because who cares if it's redundant if it works? So Claymore Incursion, they're going to have to try something different, though, to get on the point.
And they're really going to want to try and keep Seb alive here. Seb has been focused down a lot first in these fights, and they have switched over to the Moira to get some more survivability, but a nice rail shot coming out there from Mingus is going to start this off with a bang, and now with a second pick coming in, this is going to be 3v3 on the point right now. Both teams have lost multiple members, and with that, Zhao just trying to stay alive on this point, and they are going to turn this around. It looks like the Zarya staying alive in this fight is absolutely massive. They get charged up, doing so much damage for a tank. And now with the rest of both teams coming back here, this is a hard-fought battle. Mechanical Brain doing a great job stalling this out, getting all the cap percentage they can as they throw down the blade as well.
All this commitment coming here left and right, hoping to get something done for their respective sides. It looks like Mechanical Brain still holding steady here onto this point. And it looks like Claymore Inclusion, though, doesn't want to give up just yet with that pop of the Coalescence.
Grasping onto this point with an iron fist right now. Mechanical Brain just won't let it go. They're willing to spend everything they have. A lot of ultimates still to come, and they are coming out. Railgun is popped by Mingus, and that's able to get rid of the, which is absolutely massive in this fight. And now with the picks coming through, it looks like this might be finally Claymore Incursion's time to flip it, and they do. But an unbelievable stall coming out from Mechanical Brain to get above 80% before they finally gave that up.
Not only did Mechanical Brain have a really good stall there, but also Claymore Incursion, they had to commit pretty much everything there. So they're almost left defenseless on this next push, but Mechanical Brain doesn't have anything either, so maybe this will be able to balance itself out.
This could be a very pivotal fight in this match coming through. Both teams going in onto the point. You can see the Shuriken just coming in, trying to get a little bit of extra chip damage done. But so far, not much happening. Now Mechanical Brain wants to engage finally with the hard push onto the point here. Pulse Bomb comes out. Unfortunately, does not find anybody. A bit of a whip there. Trades come through once again. Dust and Mingus are the first two to go down. And now Nacho is able to cut down Thea. And with that, 2 picks coming through for Claymore, they're going to hold on to this point.
That was nice from Claymore there. It's almost as if they've now taken that notion of having that swift, clean fight. Still no ultimates yet on the table for them, whereas Mechanical Brain does have Blade to work with. But I think that now Claymore Incursion is able to set themselves up in a way that they can kind of avoid the blunt of the damage coming out from Mechanical Brain by like just kind of picking off targets now that they have control of the central area.
And right into the backline goes Clap. They have a Blade online, and they're going to pop it early, trying to get one of those sports down with the help of Pangolix. They're able to get rid of the Sojourn, and now with Dust getting a slam kill onto the Moira, that's 2 to the good for Mechanical Brain. They are cleaning up with purpose right now. They're going to take this point back over and get close to winning this first map.
This is going to come down right to the end of the wire here. It looks like another Coalescence is online for Claymore to recontest this. It looks like that stagger kill might delay their push as we get into, I want to say, the 90s zone here, and the beat coming down too.
Beat coming out, that is a well-timed beat to make sure that they can mitigate some of the damage coming through when a bunch of members got stuck in the Graviton Surge. And now that we are into overtime, it's up to Claymore Incursion to get back onto the point and start getting some picks. But with one member already going down, they've lost their Moira and now the Zarya. This is looking dire for Claymore Incursion. They are short-handed now on the point, and that is going to do it here for Oasis. And Mechanical Brain is going to take a 1-0 in this map.
I just want to say, if you're listening, Sombra from Claymore Incursion, I feel that for you, dude. That 5-man EMP, it was beautiful, but alas, there was no one there to capitalize. But it looked cool. I'll give you that. But kudos to Mechanical Brain for holding strong there and not letting themselves slip up past that one map. So they looked pretty solid there, but I gotta say, so did Claymore Incursion. I think that they definitely have what it takes to kind of reroute themselves when we get to Circuit Royal to maybe take it from them.
And MFG, I gotta say, another thing that's looking so solid so far are your Preds for this match. You are so far so good. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but this is...
Well, you called it. You were
well,
like,
I mean,
I'm gonna go to Claymore because my casting curse.
Unfortunately, like, it's not a great feeling to be like I'm always wrong, but in this case, when I'm saying I'm always wrong, I am kind of right, so who knows what's going on there. But as we get into this next match, this has been surprising so far. Like, looking at the records coming in, it's only 1-0 or so and 1, but, you know, you kind of thought, or I kind of thought that Claymore Incursion had a bit of an advantage, and they looked strong last week. But so far, they got to win 2 maps in a row if they want to turn this around.
It's definitely possible that a reverse sweep could occur. I mean, this is BPL after all. We've seen the impossible happen. But on the flip side, I think what I said before stands true in the sense where Mechanical Brain kind of has that, I call it an extra incentive. Because like I said, both teams are incentivized in their own way to win this match. But I feel like that fuel of like losing and wanting to get out of that losing streak is really going to kind of push you in a way. So I'm gonna be very interested to see how Circuit Royal plays out because there are fairly 2 possibilities here.
And it's worth noting as well, with Dust coming out on the Doomfist, Mechanical Brain gets that win. So we were kind of wondering how the Doomfist would fare in the end, and it turns out Doom was the right pick.
Shout out to whoever paid that sub to tell Dust to play. Like, I don't know if Dust is going to have to do that again for the next map or if it's going to be Doomfist for the whole match, but we'll see. It's kind of funny in a way where it just happened to work. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's Dust being a god, maybe it's the sub being like a time traveler and knowing what hero to play to win.
That it could be a mixture of all 3, who knows. It's really one of the reasons why we love Overwatch, right? Is you think, you know, there's comps and you got to play the meta and these heroes are the strongest, so you should play them, and then somebody just rolls out with a Doomfist and just slams everybody.
That's Overwatch 2 for you. Same kind of elements as Overwatch 1, where you could play a silly hero and have it work. But I'm excited to see which kinds of silly heroes will be played on this next map. Teams are almost ready, just making sure that everybody is up and ready to go. What do you think? Do you think there'll be any substitutions here, or do you think that both teams feel pretty solid about their lineups?
Looking, you know, at the players that are available, you got Jen on Claymore Incursion who could come in. That's always a strong pick if you want to bring them into the fold. If you're Mechanical Brain, if it's not broke, don't fix it right now. That round went really well for you. Why change anything?
Exactly. And I like how you kind of pointed out Jen here because if I'm not mistaken, he's actually pretty well known for his Wrecking Ball. So I wonder if on Circuit Royal they're going to want to try to go for a Wrecking Ball strategy, or like if it comes to it on our tiebreaker of Coliseo. You could sit here all day and make predictions of possibilities. And it looks like we do have one substitution confirmed. It looks like Illuminous is going to be coming in for Clap on the side of Mechanical Brain. So I guess they did decide to fix it, even though it's not broken.
Well, you know, maybe they know something that we don't. It remains to be seen. I mean, that first map, Clap played really well on the Genji. So, you know, going out on top, at least for now. And it's up to Illuminous to show why they're getting put in for this next map.
I want to focus on that why, because according to like the original team sheet, Illuminus is actually listed as a support and Clap being a DPS. So I'm very curious to see what Illuminus is going to be able to do on that role switch here, because I feel like I remember Illuminus being a very, very, very good support player. So I want to see if those talents can transfer into that DPS role.
And with the still in the main support role, if you still want to call it that, you got to think that Illuminus, if they're playing support, they're going to be on flex support. So maybe something like a BAP could suit them really well here, or something like Anna, something that's a little bit more aim heavy, is something with some pop off potential for sure.
I'm very eager to see this kind of cross discipline gameplay. So still waiting for the Overwatch 2 gods to be like, all right, here we go. There, see, I just confirmed it.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to ask the gods nicely, and they'll help you out.
Please, Overwatch 2, I'll boost you in comp. The resident mercy man in me is showing our colors.
Yeah. Well, we're headed off to Circuit Royale, and with the one sub coming through, and you got a different look a little bit, but I kind of want to wait a second to see how these comps are going to shake out. We know we can kind of get baited a little bit if we start speculating on these compositions too early.
Well, speaking of more speculating, it looks like this substitution for Mechanical Brain is actually like pushing things around. Like we see that Dust is actually on the Widowmaker, meaning that he is off of that tank role. So I think that Illuminus is actually going to be playing tank. So I guess both of my predictions were wrong. The support, DPS, both out the window.
Yeah, so maybe it'll be an interesting look to see what they want to do for the tank role this time around. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a tough ask, because you can see the payload's already getting moving here a little bit. I feel like we might be in for a pause here in a moment. It looks like there's still people picking their heroes, so Mechanical Brain's still got a little bit to work out, and now here they come.
Dust? And now I'm confused, because Dust was on the Widow, and now Dust is on the Rhine. Okay. All right, fine. We'll go
I feel
for it.
like it feels like they almost did that to trick us MFG. It feels a little bit mean, but now we are into the game. We got both teams coming in. We got the Sigma out as well on Claymore Incursion. So a pretty strong pick here on Circuit Royale. Good at holding space, but they really got to watch for these May walls coming out from Illuminus. If they split the tank off, they could be absolutely devastating.
I agree wholeheartedly. As a Mei main, I know how crucial those walls can be, and it's almost like a Sigma Mei battle here in terms of who gets to control that space more.
And you can see so far, at least, Claymore in the backline, just seeing if they can click on some heads. They've already been able to hit some crits, getting Illuminus very low on the Mei, but at least for the time being, they're able to survive and get out of dodge with their life. That could have been very dicey, as now we got the grapple shot coming over the top, and Dust is able to finally walk forward on the Rhine and swing away. And with the help of their team, this is going to be Mechanical Brain getting the first cap in a pretty good time. And they are looking so strong so far through this first map in a bit.
Like that. I feel like Mechanical Brain kind of took that patiently in a way, because kind of as you noted, like some of the members, particularly Illuminus, got pretty low. But instead of like continuing their push, they kind of like took a step back and kind of let Claymore Incursion almost fall into a trap in a way. So looks like they're going to be passing that threshold of the first marker for the payload. So now as they enter this area, it's going to be very important here for Claymore Inclusion to find their footing.
It's going to be tough for them too. You can see how far Dust has pulled up now, and we got the Flux coming up, but that's going to be answered right away by the big Earth Shatter coming up from Dust, and that's just cleanup now for Mechanical Brain. They are looking flawless.
That was a flawless push there. Dust with that shatter, just laying down the aggression. That's exactly what you want to do as a Reinhardt. You don't want to be afraid. And then with that follow-up coalescence, thanks to Shush on the Moira, making sure that cleanup is left no stains behind. And it looks like they're going to have a steady capture here for the second payload point. But, I don't know, maybe Claymore Incursion can stop the third push before it's too late.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left in the time bank as well. Seth was able to get a nice pick with the Zenyatta, and it's a little bit late as far as holding them to that second point, but now Claymore is finally able to get a couple kills and stabilize for what seems like the first time this round.
We see this in a lot of payload maps, where the first 2 areas usually go the way of the attackers if they get a momentum early on. But the defenders usually have a better time here, statistically. So, but look at this strategy here.
That's fun coming out with Pangalex on the Symmetra, trying to teleport into the backline, and then they are going to combine that with the beat, and that is going to start getting the picks. Dust is able to get one, Transcendence coming out to answer on the other side, and now all the ultimates are being spent. Illuminous throws down the Blizzard. Unfortunately, everybody from Claymore Incursion was able to get out and stay alive, as now the rotation comes through in onto the high ground. Pangalex finds another, getting charged up on that Sim, and this is Claymore Inc. backing up, giving up more space once again, and this is looking good for the attackers if they can keep pushing this forward.
Remember how we said we were wondering what kind of silly heroes were going to be played on Circuit Royal? That this Pangalex Symmetra falls into that category, because it's something so niche that you don't automatically expect, but yet the strategy is actually genius, actually big brain. They're able to teleport, catch Claymore Incursion off guard to the point where they really can't defend for too long of a time, and now things are looking pretty good right now for Mechanical Brain.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait a little bit, but you know what? Dust doesn't want to wait at all. They're going to throw down the shadow right away, and that's going to finish off one as we got Mingus out of the fight and now getting into the back. That's a great play coming in. I thought Dust was going to wait for a little bit more of a reset, but they went right in with the Earth Shatter, and once again, look at all the space that they're able to take, and now they're forcing out a grab as well.
Yeah, that Graviton, I liked the idea. Obviously, you want to like try to clump Mechanical Brain together, but Mechanical Brain is also now stuck right at your spawn, so it's going to be hard for other members of Claymore Inclusion to walk out. And there we go, Mechanical Brain getting that pretty swift payload capture.
Yeah, that is a blazingly fast time bank coming in. And now Mechanical Brain has set themselves up with a very clear win condition. They basically have to hold anywhere on the map, get the time down to 0, and as long as they deny all 3 points for Claymore Incursion, they're going to take a pretty clean 2-0.
We will have to see if that comes to fruition, or if Claymore Incursion is more of a, I don't know, maybe they're more of a defense team. We'll have to see. Because, look, like Distortion, look at his profile picture. It's Bloons TD, Tower Defense. So that means maybe Claymore Incursion is a better defense team.
You gotta hope so at this point. It's really all that Claymore Incursion has left to hang their hat on, and they're going to be hard-pressed to even match the time that Mechanical Brain was able to put up, with 3:05 still left on the clock for them when they finished all 3 points.
And that is a very, very healthy time bank indeed, because if it does come down to it where Claymore Incursion is able to also complete their push, if they do it in less time than Mechanical Brain, then Mechanical Brain is still in the advantageous position despite not being able to have as solid of a defense.
And now we got some musicianship happening here as we see Vincent tickling the ivory just a little bit, playing some piano as we get ready to see what Claymore Incursion can do on their attack.
I cannot play piano to save my life, but maybe the members of Claymore Incursion can save their lives during this push.
You really hope they will be able to. There's already been a trade coming out, so we got some quick 4v4 action. Now Zhao's able to get back in with that Zarya, get another pick. Dust charging out and getting a kill for their troubles as well. So just like that, Mechanical Brain is still trying to hold forward, and they're doing, honestly, a great job of taking space and then not giving it back up.
This is a very, I don't know if I can even use this term on broadcast, but very BE, I'll say that, BE play here, in the sense that they're just committing to this close hold with so much confidence, and for the moment, it's working, which is obviously the ideal situation. But I've said this a lot when I've talked about Havana specifically as a map, where like close holds can go very wrong very fast, and if you're the defending team in that situation, you're probably gonna lose a lot of space, giving free time for the other team to get in a good position.
Unfortunately, if you're Claymore Incursion, this is not going well for them so far as the picks are coming through once again. This is a perfect close hold right now from Mechanical Brain. This is exactly what you hope for when you try and set this up.
It's going to be important that they continue to kind of have this polished setup, because literally, as I was saying before, like, you never know when there could be a slip up that,
Sam did not see the giant Reinhardt just flying at him. You gotta love that power steering upgrade in Overwatch 2 for the Reinhardt. and it got Dust to kill there. And now the Shatter right on the spawn door kills 2. That is such a disrespectful Shatter. And you gotta think Dust is laughing right now after that.
I'm laughing right now. I would love to see the stats for this match in terms of how many charge kills Dust has gotten on the Reinhardt, because I feel like there's been a lot.
There's been at least 2 that I can think of on top of my head, and just in this close hold right now, and with the Zarya coming out, they do have that Graviton Surge ready to go here, but the Overclock's going to come out first, and that's going to get cancelled right away. Shush with the final blow onto the Sojourn, and this time is bleeding away. We're getting pretty low as far as minutes and seconds are concerned, and this is not looking good for Claymore Incursion.
That Zarya wanting to use that Graviton, but judging by what happened with the Sojourn, I don't know if Claymore Incursion's gonna have a good opening, but they're gonna try? Question mark? Or maybe Dust is just gonna cancel the Zarya ult. We'll see.
They got the Blizzard coming out first here, Big Purple coming out as well from Sev, but that isn't going to confirm any kills, and Dust is going to get another charge kill. This is absolutely unhinged Reinhardt play right now. And now they're emoting outside of spawn. This has been rough for Claymore Incursion.
I can't even see the time on my screen, but it is dwindling quickly here for Claymore Incursion. But here we go. Things are happening now. Finally an alt rush, but here's one in response.
Big Grav coming out, but there was the beat in response coming out from and that is going to get Illuminous a kill onto Vincent, who has switched over to the Mercy. They do have a Valkyrie online, but that's the only... And there's another spawn... A slam on the spawn. This is absolutely crazy coming up from Dust and Mechanical Brain. I mean, so much support going into that Reinhardt as well. And as you said, MFG, this time bank is getting very low. And Claymore Incursion's got to get this show on the road.
They got to kill. Maybe they could do something with it here. Because you never know. You never know. Dust trying to go for another pin. There's a lot of swaps, though, on the side of Claymore Incursion. Trying to get something going, but... Mechanical Brain is just not letting them have fun. They cannot play the game.
Yeah, this is a bit tough right now for Claymore Incursion, and now we are into overtime, so they're going to have to stay in onto the point as we have Dust getting another kill in onto Mingus, and this looks like it's all over but the cry, and that's going to be Mechanical Brain taking another map, taking this series 2-0, and doing it with style.
Okay, I am going to say confidently that has to be the most flawless close hold in BPL history. I will go as far as to say in BPL history. I don't even know how many meters they got on the payload, but they touched it for like 1 second. That was just big brain. Like, I was right. I told y'all. Yeah. You have to believe in the big brain.
It was Galaxy Brain, honestly. Like, it was just the first time the Shadow went on to the spawn to kill 2, you're like, okay, that's rough. And then it happens again. So you're like, this is just absolute domination. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, for sure. Just to quote Pluto from the chat here, this is top level Overwatch, and I definitely agree. Not the way that I expected this would go, but yeah, I've never seen a team touch the enemy spawn door for 5 minutes before in a BPL match, but here we are. Yeah, I'm glad I was here live for that. You were also there, Chad. You were here. That was definitely an interesting match. I was gonna ask, like, who do you guys think MVP of this match would be, but I think I'm just gonna say right now, I can read your minds. I think we all agree that's probably gonna be Dust, right?
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
I think you'd be crazy to go against Dust at this point. That was just massive.
Play the hero just because some random person in the Twitch chat told him to, and like just shattered through spawn door. I don't think it gets any more chat than this.
Literally big brain. I love it. Just in all seriousness though, the sense of the big brain and being like the adaptability of like Dust being able to like do that silly thing where like choosing a random hero but making it beneficial to the team comp, and then like playing the Reinhardt in the way that the teammates were supporting him so much. Like everybody on Mechanical Brain seemed to have such clean synergy throughout.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost speechless here because that certainly was a map of Overwatch. I want to see more fights on that second point, but I guess I don't know how far that card moved at the end. I think it was like less than 10 meters, but yeah, definitely a crazy round for sure. Let's see if maybe we can talk to some people here from Mechanical Brain, because I definitely have some questions here for the Captain Dust.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can move some people in here, but while we're doing this, oh wait, no, here they are. I think Dust. Hello. I see Dust. I see Shush. I see some people in here.
Oh.
Dust. How does it feel to complete the touch spawn door for 5 minutes weekly challenge in Overwatch 2?
You know, it ain't no thing really for me.
Yeah.
We do that all the time in scrims. I don't think we've lost a point yet.
Please keep in mind that's us without Bastion.
Yeah, that's us without
Bastion.
Bastion.
That's us without Bastion.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask because you know, like, your team famously picked up a bunch of Bastion players, and you guys were saying like, hey, we want to play some Bastion comms because most people think he's like the worst hero in Overwatch 2. Then he got removed because some exploit, and this weekend still no Bastion. So even if he comes back on Tuesday, supposedly during the patch, like, are you guys just done with him now, or like, will we see some more Bastion comms from you next week?
What we've learned is that Lex is really good at Sim as well as Bastion.
No, we're probably still gonna play Sim on circuit, but other than that, it's Bastion time, baby.
I love it. I also love that you will just tell me that, because that was another thing I wanted to ask you, because like your team is kind of famous for, you just post like scrim VODs in captain's chat for everyone to see. You basically tell everyone what comp you're gonna play. Like today you played Doomfist just because some random person in a chat told you to. Like is this like a strategy you have to like throw off other teams, or do you just not care? Like what's the reasoning behind that?
Personally, I think that if you don't do what I do, you're a massive bitch.
True.
And so in my mind, I'm just being honest. I'm just playing an honest game.
Yeah, I think we're the only honest team. We're full of whimsy. We have honest character picks.
And the world is hard.
Individuals.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Men like us.
I can't.
The world is so hard on silly, whimsical people like us.
Yeah, you're definitely the jesters of BPL, and I love it. I love watching your matches, and I also, like, last question from me, I guess, is obviously last week you guys had a pretty rough loss. What do you guys think changed, like according to, like in comparison, like what do you guys think made you so much better this week?
We didn't have recurve. No recurve.
So first off, we didn't have recurve, and second off, so we scrimmed one time this week and boomed, and then we played Doom and we started losing because we were losing on Doom and scrims. And Shush was like, hey, what if I went Kiriko? And we just went faster. And then we were like, yeah, this seems good. And so we did that and we went faster and won.
Big brain strategies, what can I say?
Yeah, definitely. MFG, Newbie, do you guys have any more questions for our winners here?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone in that game for letting me watch it. That was absolutely just crazy.
Thank you.
Certainly interesting.
You random citizen.
Thank you for caring.
Thank you for putting on a
let you guys
show.
go. Thank you very much for joining us and talking to us. And like I said, can't wait to see you guys again next week when we will see some more Bastion, hopefully. But,
All right.
yeah, thank you very much. Alright, well, that was certainly a match of Overwatch. I think we can all agree on that. I want to say thank you very much, Nibit and FG, for being here with me. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we will have our second A-League match of the night, which is going to be Meow Militia versus Slasherphones. Be right back. We are back. Hello, everyone. I'm still here. Also, MFG is still here with me, but we got someone else now on the desk with me. It's Captain Jack. Hello.
Howdy. Glad to be here.
Time for our next A-League match, and I hope it might be. I hope it's a little bit more competitive than that last one. For those who didn't watch, we just saw like a 5-minute spawn hold on Circuit Royale by Mechanical Brain. That was definitely something. But for now, it's going to be Meow Militia versus Slasher Films and MFG. Definitely some different stories going into this match because these are two teams that are still undefeated right now.
This is going to be fun because obviously both of these teams want nothing more than to have a beautiful 2-0 displayed next to their team name. And like you said, like that just extra fuel of being undefeated is going to make this match all the more poetic in a way. You say storylines where we get to see like our supports going up against each other. Both of these teams have very recognizable names on arguably every single role. If we even take a look at the rosters here, names like Mac Tackle, Gavin, Lux, Mara for Slasher Films, and then Meow Militia, we've got Bingo, Yunchul, just lots of good players all around.
Yeah, and with Slasher Films, like you said, Mac Tackle, always have to put an asterisk though. He's playing DPS in this season, so not on the tank that we usually know him from, which got him the MVP title last season, but still a pretty good DPS player. He's played DPS in the last couple of BPL tournaments, so definitely not something to take lightly here. Like you said, both teams currently undefeated. Slasher Films, they took a pretty convincing 2-0 against Mechanical Brain last weekend. Meow Militia also, but you should definitely put an asterisk behind that because that game was maybe a little bit fluky. There was some stuff there. won't go too much into it. It's been dealt with, but this should be really like their first real test here to see if they really are one of the top teams. Captain Jack, who do you think you would like keep an eye on here on Meow Militia? Because like I said, this is a team we haven't really seen at full strength yet, because they haven't maybe played like half a map last week. But
Oh, goodness.
who do you think is someone you would watch out for here?
I mean, I have to say that knowing very little about the history of some of these, I'm going to go with some names that are a little more recognizable, and the one of whom the name Mo is indeed seen, and that is Bingo. I always love watching that support line because, you know, they're always the unsung heroes of Overwatch, and I don't mean that lightly. I mean, I can't tell you how many games that I see turned around by a perfect anti-nade, especially now with Kiriko being in the lineup. You know, that protection Suzu can literally change the tide of the battle with just that little extra second of protection for a team to be able to finish going through either the destruction or facing the destruction of the enemy team. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, Bingo definitely the player with the most BPL experience by far on that team. The rest are more unknown, newish, like League Zero players. So I'm very excited to see what they can do here in this game against a lot of BPL's finest, I would say. A lot of people who you will definitely recognize from previous tournaments. And like I said, our Season 3 MVP is on Slasher Films, although playing a different role, but still, I would not count that out. Let's do Pretzi real quick before we head into the match. So Captain Jack, who do you think is going to take this one?
Oh man, well, I am a fan of the spooky season, so I might have to give it to Slasher Films. But you know, I am not a 3 Overwatch lover, so I want to see us take it all the way. I want to see it be a nice, clean 3-2.
Okay, so 3-2 for Slasher Films levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, MFG. I think before we went on the air, you said you're not a big fan of horror movies. So does that affect does that influence your choice here for who you think is going to win this one?
It does. Like, fun fact, my college dorm is hosting a scary movie night for Halloween, and I am not attending. I would much rather watch Meow Militia. So that's who I'm gonna go for here.
So I'm going to be the tiebreaker here again. You know what? I'm going to say Slasher Films too, just because, I'll be honest, I know more of those players on those teams. So I have more point of references for them. I know Maro's a good DPS. I know MacTaco can be a good DPS. I like the rest of that team a lot, so I just want to see more of them. So why not head right into it? It's going to be time for our second match here in A-League. Meow Militia versus Slasher Films. I'm going to throw it to our casters here, MFG and Captain Jack.
It's gonna be an
thank you so
exciting
much.
first time here because we're gonna be on Nepal. Jack, what do you think about that starting out on Control? A little bit different from last week.
Yeah, I mean, Nepal definitely isn't the standard that we typically see starting out, but in leagues like this, you kind of rotate through the starting control maps to see kind of where we go. Nepal is usually that standard last bastion for a lot of teams to be selected, you know, being able to utilize a lot more ground coverage in places like the Sanctum, where you can eliminate folks by sending them over the side, or a lot of close quarters combat like what we see on the Village if they decide to take that route. So we'll have to see how they utilize this starting off, and of course, depending on where teammates are coming from, the first control map's always considered kind of the warm-up map. It's not always telling of how the entire series will go, but it will at least show which team was prepared to get going tonight as we get started.
You kind of hit all the points on the head there. Exactly how Control is supposed to be in terms of like that map where you get to see so many different variations of what people can play. So in this context, it will be the warm-up map since it is our first one. So we'll see like what teams are going to experiment with, whether we're going to see some mirrors, whether we're going to see some comfort picks. Because I'm trying to think about what we might see, and I know, like, for example, if MacTaco were on tank, I would expect some Wrecking Ball. So I don't know if like Gavin is going to kind of fill in that role. I'm very eager. And also, Meow Militia, like we said before, we don't really know too much about this team, so that gives me all the more boost of curiosity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious of how teams are dealing with the change into Overwatch 2. I mean, a lot of folks think about, you had a couple betas, yada, yada, yada. Well, that doesn't translate into the full game being released and doing full practices, full scrims in the new game and how the game works. So, a lot of expectations that we typically have, are kind of thrown out the window because all of those things have changed. I mean, if I look at my own competitive games, a lot of tanks are coming in, most of them playing off tank during Overwatch 1 are having to kind of like reorganize their brain, like, oh, I can't go chase after that Genji with 10 health. That's the DPS's job because I have this 700 health Roadhog right in front of me that I gotta pay attention to. Otherwise, he's gonna squish my entire team. So trying to re-coordinate your mind as to what kind of everybody's roles and responsibilities are and how that works in this new game, especially in the new modes or in the new ways that maps are set up, especially in games like Push, are going to really factor into how these teams, despite their previous victories, show up tonight.
I think that point is really interesting because you're absolutely right in the sense that Overwatch 2 has shifted the responsibilities of the teams. Like, in terms of like a tank, now you do have to have a little bit more responsibility of both being a shield but also being an off tank in sense of like getting things done. Like, kind of alluding to the last match we saw, like I felt like Dust was a good example of that, where he was able to like shield his team to the extent where they didn't get picked off immediately, but he was also able to go aggressive enough as if he were an off tank and get a lot of those great shatters and pins. So we're gonna roll out here, starting out on the temple area of Nepal to start things off.
Yeah, we're heading into the shrine, which is a lovely place to be able to utilize the sky. A little surprised that we're not seeing any Pharah coming into play, but with as powerful as as Sojourn is right now, it is a little bit difficult depending on which area of the map that you're looking at and if that aim is on point. Of course, Zarya being the absolute beast that she is right now, not surprised that we're seeing both tanks coming out on that.
It looks like both teams are on the point, getting things started. So far, no one's fallen yet.
We go ahead and see the rotations coming in. We do see a very aggressive push coming in from Meow Militia as we go ahead and see if they can take a couple of picks in. Very early coming in from... Sorry, a little grainy on my side, so I'm trying to see Genji player on Slasher Films able to get a couple, and it looks like Slasher Films will go ahead and take control of that objective to start off.
I like that push from Slasher Films there. I felt like it was done in a way that wasn't really clunky or messy that caused them to slip up or overcommit. So now Beyond Militia, though, they're still around. They haven't completely backed up and regrouped yet, but it looks like Slasher Films is still going on the aggressive here.
We'll go ahead and see the rotation coming in from the flank. Ultimate's getting ready to come online. We see from Meow Militia, there's Zarya player getting really close to that Graviton Surge. And actually, just a little bit of pressure and a couple of eliminations will be enough to flip the point. Very much a back and forth to start things off.
Like that. They like I mentioned in the beginning of that fight, they were still kind of lurking around. They never had a full reset, so that may have been a problem on Slasher Films' part where they didn't go aggressive in the correct time frame, maybe. But now, obviously, Slasher Films getting ready to do another re-engage from the top. But ooh, look at that snipe from the Genji.
Ooh, Growlu with that immediate pick-off onto the Ana player of Slasher Films is definitely going to open things up as we see the dash resets coming in. Disruption Orb to try to keep them at bay, but going to be unsuccessful for now, and that percentage is going to go ahead and continue to climb as they meet that of Slasher Films.
I thought it was a genius engagement there from Meow Militia in terms of responding to what Slasher Films is trying to do. In terms of what else they can do now, they have that EMP available, and there it goes, get 3-man!
3-man EMP coming in. Bingo and Mushroom finding themselves already back in spawn, and without any supports to hear of, it's going to be the utilization of those health packs around the map to try to hold on at the 59% mark. We'll go ahead and see Slasher Films retake control of the objective.
That was a very nice EMP utilization there, getting that 3-man going exactly how to respond. But yeah, look at this, Mac Tackle still wanting to try to go on the aggressive, stop this push from Meow Militia.
Oh, Growlu is going to go ahead and start things off, but immediately slept out. Is going to be taking a little bit of damage, rather, instead of getting in deep. But thankfully, Meow Militia will be able to save the day and flip that point back in their favor.
Exactly, that sleep did not even matter, but nonetheless, that was a pretty good sleep there, I gotta say. But coming into this now, Slasher Films has some tools to work with here, almost all of their ultimates for that matter, so we'll have to see who strikes first coming into this next fight.
Alright, well, Sound Barrier utilized by the side of Meow Militia as we go ahead and see the Overclock coming out. Cool, looking for those picks, is able to find one onto Slasher Films' Zarya. That's going to be just about it. Not a lot of additional value on that, as Slasher Films indeed live up to their name, Blade Sharp, cut them down and able to bring the objective back in their favor.
I feel like this map has gone flip-flop every single fight, it seems, but it looks like now it's kind of almost last fight territory here for Meow Militia, where if they retake this point from Slasher Films and they hold it enough, they're done. But Slasher Films, they're inching towards that possibility for themselves as well, but look at this!
4-man EMP coming out strong. Mac Tackle unleashes the blade to go ahead and make sure they can continue to sustain. And that is going to be a hold and at least scaring off the remainder of Meow Militia so that they will think twice about pushing in again.
Ultimate combos like that are just so satisfying to me because it just works out so well. And speaking of working out, it looks like Meow Militia is going to have their last-ditch effort here at the point.
All right, they got to be able to touch. Overtime currently ticking away, and Meow Militia currently popping off, getting the double kill in there to start things off. And remember, they're only 2% away. I'm not for certain what the threshold is for them to be able to trigger overtime, but right now, Slasher Films fighting back with a double kill of their own to try to hold it all together. We will go ahead and see Wrecking Ball coming into the action there for Slasher Films, able to boop away the last member of Meow Militia. And that's going to be first point on the board here on Nepal for Slasher Films.
That was a pretty close round, I have to say. I felt like both teams played really well. Like I mentioned, the flip-flop between the two maps. So Meow Militia, to see if they're going to be able to come back here in this second part of Nepal, or if Slasher Films is going to feel confident enough to keep things going. We see, at least for now, there's a slight switch up. We see Mara opting now for the Reaper, it seems.
Yes, and thankfully, thank you so much, production, for getting a little reset on our side. I can actually read all the names of the folks that were coming by. I had to look down in the lower left-hand corner just to know who I was talking about. We do see Toasty and Gap continuing to lock in this Zarya. It's unfortunate because there's so many other good tanks in the game, but I understand why Zarya is kind of OP in the current meta right now with her bubble resets and whatnot. So we'll see how that continues to work out for them. Gap immediately finding themselves back in spawn. Not a good place for a Slasher Films to be, as Meow Militia continues to aggressively push in there, but the sleep cart might create just enough of an opening for Slasher Films to be able to hold this. Fortunately, it looks like they're going to get pushed off of the objective, and that percentage is going to start climbing for the Meow Militia.
Meow Militia had a really good engage there. It's exactly what they needed to start off this round because, we're going into a pause. But continuing what I was saying, it's a good idea for them to start this round with such a push because, they just lost. So they want to kind of start the second round off right to kind of preserve their momentum, gain it back. But we'll have to see after the pause if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is definitely a good start for them, and based on the compositions, the one that I'm kind of surprised by is Meow Militia. It's still kind of very divey, very speed-oriented, where Village is more of a close quarters map, so they're not going to necessarily, I wouldn't expect them to be fighting on the objective, as we would consider for, that standard kind of bunkerish composition that might use the Symmetra or May. They're going to be utilizing the large space outside of the objective, but are going to have to fight on it eventually should someone try to take control. Push tries to come in there for Slasher Films, but will be unsuccessful. It looks like they're just going to rotate straight to point and see if they can find any value that way instead. We do go ahead and see Gap rotating and able to get that initial pick onto a Mushroom for Meow Militia, finding the double kill, triple kill coming in. Bingo getting shut down there. And Mara will go ahead and finalize it with Gap. That's going to be, or should have been, a team kill, just not fast enough to get those deaths close together. But we will see Slasher Films go ahead and lock down the point.
That rotation from Slasher Films really worked out in their favor, because as you kind of noticed at the start of the fight, Meow Militia was still on the high ground, so they were able to take that hard left and just get on the point, forcing Meow Militia to come to them.
Go ahead and see that Graviton Surge coming out. Doesn't find the value that it's looking for, but Growlu with this Dragon Blade has been able to pay off in dividends right now for the Meow Militia. We go ahead and see the quick cleanup coming in. That's going to go ahead and shut down that percentage climb at the 42 mark for Slasher Films.
I really liked how they kind of had to use a little bit there, Meow Militia, the Coalescence and that Dragon Blade, but getting that point control is crucial. You got to use whatever you can. Slasher Films, speaking of which, has that Graviton and that Beat, so both an offensive and defensive safeguard coming into this.
All right, we'll see how they utilize it here. Graviton Surge coming in, able to find 3, but the sound barrier invested to be able to keep things going. Nomad on that rotation, going in to try to shred this Zarya as quickly as possible. Got to be careful, though. The between doing damage and charging those bubbles can be incredibly dangerous, and it looks like even though they got that early pick, or actually that early pick did end up paying off for them as we see the final swap over to Slasher Films.
Slasher Films, they are doing pretty well for themselves. I gotta say, right now, you were talking about how like there was like that pick and just things are working out for them. It was a rocky start at first, but now Meow Militia's going to be the one who is in that rocky position, needs to get back on the point here quickly if they want to keep this going. I imagine it's going to be close to final fight territory here within these next few fights, so it's all the more important to get things done.
Mac tackle coming in, overclocked, shot after shot, understanding the nuances of Sojourn, realizing when that overclock's going on, you don't have to charge it up to 100% for each of those little squishy heads to be finding themselves back in spawn. They're going to meet them at the 89% mark as we head in the last fight territory.
Meow Militia got that Coalescence. Bingo able to keep everyone alive during this push, so it's going to be very important that they shut out Slasher Films, especially with that grab here.
Oh! The dance of death coming in from Mara. Growlu is able to find a couple of picks along with Bingo, but no, it will not be enough. Cyborgs don't typically do well with lasers beaming their faces into scrap metal, and we will go ahead and see Slasher Films lock down Nepal and put that first point on the board.
Second there, I thought there was still some hope because I did see like the Moira with the Meow Militia almost get 2, but Mara was able to get away with that fade. Pesky Reaper. But nonetheless, we still have faith. I'm a Meow Militia supporter through and through. We're going into Route 66 next, so after this loss, I'm sure that they can bring it back in the old American West.
I totally agree with you, and just as a side note, I am not a spooky movie fan myself. I just really like Halloween, but I get my pants scared off very easily, so it's a very, very odd dichotomous relationship I have with this time of year. But nevertheless, both teams looking incredibly balanced in the way that they have been playing thus far. I really like the momentum that we have been seeing, and it looks like it's going to be kind of the standard compositions that we've been seeing at this higher level of play. It makes me wonder if Meow Militia needs to get a little bit more creative in the way that they play. I understand that Zarya currently the strongest tank in the lineup, but how does that, how do we change that up? How do we utilize other tanks that have been made available to us with those combinations? I know as someone who flexes around on all roles, typically if my tank is having a difficult time sustaining, I might switch over to a more tanky DPS like May to be able to kind of help cordon off different areas of the map, cordon off enemies for us to be able to pick them off easier, things like that. So definitely a lot of different strategies in Overwatch 2 that Meow Militia, if they're thinking with their head on a swivel, might be able to put in instead of kind of the old expected rote meta that we have seen thus far of the Zarya, Genji, Sojourn, Sombra, etc., etc.
Maybe they'll listen to you because you definitely provided a lot of creative outlets there for them to choose from. So maybe they'll be listening in, being like, okay, Jack recommends XYZ, let's pick one. Because you're kind of right in the sense that if the almost mirror isn't working for you, you have the opportunity to try something out. You don't have to switch too much since the fights were pretty close, but you could kind of do something a little goofy, silly. Again, alluding to last match, we kind of saw that happen. Like, one example, Pangalex playing the Symmetra. That allowed the team to do some strategies that that Claymore wasn't really expecting. So maybe on Route 66, Meow Militia could do the same. That's what a militia does anyway. They're supposed to, like, surprise the people. I think that's what happened in the Revolution. I can't remember.
I honestly cannot remember myself either, but to your point, Symmetra is a very good example of that. Her teleporter doesn't last for very long anymore, so, you know, for the gold plat player that I am, where I would normally just leave it up so that my teammates could get quickly back from spawn, it's not something that I can do anymore. So as a Symmetra, I might be using that either to get across the map in creative ways with the rest of my team, or even just to send turrets through in creative ways to be able to pick off squishies that otherwise I might not have access to if I've got a big burly tank in front of me. So with not only the new heroes, but with the older heroes and new kits, there are so many different ways that Meow Militia could attack this kind of mirror matchup that they found themselves in on the lower half of right now. But Route 66 is definitely an interesting place for us to go next, because it really will start giving us an idea of what that long distance game looks like. We've been seeing a lot more of that brawl, a lot more of that in your face kind of meta with the Zarya. And with Route 66, typically we see either a lot of dive, or traditionally, I guess I should say, we have seen a lot of dive in Overwatch 1, or we've just seen a lot of poke with what used to be the double shield meta. So we could be seeing the Orisa or the Sigma coming out to be able to support at a distance on that tank line. Bringing out heroes such as Ashe or Widow or Hanzo, which can also help matters in the way that they are battling, because, you know, Zarya only has so much protection at a distance, and there aren't very many places that you can hide on Route 66 in those long sidelines without having at least some sort of protection for yourself or your team. So depending on how skilled either side is, will really kind of tell how well this map is utilized by either side.
I'm kind of going to combine your points there. New heroes, long distance. Because I was talking about this last match. I feel like Kiriko, with, like, the Kitsune Rush, can provide an interesting ultimate combo. Like, I said, it rivals the Nano in the sense, like, I saw, like, they did a Kitsune Blade, basically making Genji's Dragon Blade go really fast. And I think that'll fit in with that kind of dive aspect that you were talking about earlier. So now as we get into this game right now, we're going to see what these teams are going to choose. So far, it looks like it's just going to be the same mirror.
Yeah, no high noon this time around, folks. We're going for the midnight moon here on Route 66. And I've got to say, you know, to your point, I've had an interesting mix, because I have been the obsessant Kiriko player in competitive as of late, and have jumped up 4 ranks in gold from Gold 5 to Gold 1. So if you don't know how to deal with a Kiriko very well, you could find yourself on the very difficult end of a kunai. So we'll go ahead and see how well this works out. No changes on either side other than Lux also picking up the Sojourn instead of that Reaper we were seeing from Slasher Films earlier.
I'm interested to see how that Sojourn is going to be playing out, because it just contributes more to the mirror, because as you noted, that little bit of difference maybe was the reason why Slasher Films was put over the edge. So now as this continues, the Slasher Films attack, we'll see if this is going to be successful or not.
Yeah, it's all going to be about that railgun management. I mean, we've seen it in the upcoming changes that for Sojourn, that we're not going to be seeing that charge coming in so quickly. So how well are each of these Sojourn players paying attention to the amounts of health of the people that they are shooting at, realizing does not have to be triple digits for me to be able to get a beautiful headshot and shut that person down quickly. And right now, Meow Militia is popping off in dividends. Toasty Toast and Growlu are pushing in and finding the picks that they need to be able to get that payload into its first objective. Or sorry, defense. Sorry.
I like how they were punishing that aggression there, though, because they technically did. Like, they made sure that that payload did not get to that area, that good defense. So I think that Meow Militia is playing this really smart, because I feel like they kind of backed up. Maybe they lost some space there, but in the end, that was actually a really good strategy.
Yeah, having a stroke of dad brain there for a moment as to who was on what side, but that also does not make sense as to why Slasher Films were in that deep then, because they were essentially running for the Meow Militia spawn, which didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of cover, but you know, that is what the gas station is for, and there it is! Double click, double dash coming in from Growlu. No nano blade there, but honestly, nowadays, the butter blade is all you need to make a difference. So that one ultimate shutting down that fight, and another minute on the clock.
The fact that he didn't even need the blade there is actually really good for Meow Militia, because that provides them with something extra here in case Slasher Films tries something. We see Mac tackle close to a blade of his own.
I think the big thing that they've got to be worrying about right now is the way that they are going to be utilizing these ultimates coming out. The overclock unleashed, the blade unleashed, but it looks like Growlu is going to be the one cleaning up, finds the triple kill. Coconut Carl, though, unfortunately going to be finding themselves on the wrong end of their own railgun, but Mac Tackle will fall to their Genji brethren regardless. Another 45 seconds off the clock. Slasher Films having quite a difficult push here on Route 66.
Things are turning 180 degrees a little bit. Actually, maybe not that quite 180. I don't want to do math, but in the sense that Meow Militia is looking really good right now. It's not like they were like failing miserably before and doing really well now. So that's why I say it's not a complete 180. But they should be keeping this up. Right now, we already see Mac Tackle releasing the blade with a beat coming out in response.
That is true. We'll give it a 145. How about that? It's definitely going much more in Meow Militia's favor as we see that anti-nade coming in, causing Mac Tackle to have to kind of retreat and get out of the way. Sleep Dart comes in, but with only the supports currently remaining, they have to get out of there. They cannot contest just yet. Speed Boost, though, is going to get the rest of their team in here. Let's see that Graviton Surge. There it is! Able to find the double, triple in the chaos. Gap does end up sacrificing their life, what I like to call the kamikaze Zarya, where you just kind of right-click at your feet while you stand in the midst of the enemy. Hate to tell you this, they can still shoot at you when they're trapped in that Graviton Surge, so definitely keep that in mind. But the spawn is right there. They'll be able to get back into the action rather quickly with another 2:30 on the clock.
That sacrifice was indeed not in vain. That grab there essentially allowed Slasher Films to complete that, but now Meow Militia out for revenge.
Go ahead and see Coconut Carl taking a very forward angle here. Toasty Toast able to get that finalization onto Mac Tackle, and with Lux out of the fight, that's going to be no DPS damage here on Objective Bravo for Slasher Films. As we go ahead and see them pushing in once again. Still not seeing any swaps from either side, and it makes me worry, because now I feel that we're into that that hubris phase of the way that the game is played? Are we seeing players stay on these players because they truly think that they are better, or are they just too stubborn to be able to swap things up? We do see Super Smooth there with the Nano, able to pop it in onto Gap. 100% beam with a Nano boost. What else could you ask for except for any enemy to be close by for them to actually be down? It doesn't look like they're going to get much value out of that other than being super scary, spooky Zarya with being lit up by that Nano boost. But it is going to be enough to push back Meow Militia regardless.
If you look at the payload, though, it barely made any progress during that fight. It's just now kind of crossing that halfway threshold. So maybe Slasher Films should have had someone pushing this whole time, which would have allowed them to have a cleaner push here this next fight, whereas the payload would have been like already around this kind of saloon area. So Meow Militia hopefully is going to take that to their advantage here when they try to come out.
All right, we do see the blade and the sound barrier unleashed there from MacTackle and Bing Dong, who definitely gets Bing Donged right in the face by that overclock of Lux. We see that 100 on the railgun looking for another head to possibly click. Isn't able to find it, but the finalization does come in onto Coconut Carl and Growlu. That looks like if it pushes in properly, despite the surviving members of Meow Militia, it looks like Slasher Films might be able to hold on to this. Ooh, maybe a little bit of an overinvestment. Even the Graviton Surge, not a good place to be. Growlu also sending out the blade, gets nothing but beam. I understand that beams are made of light, but you are not glass. You cannot reflect lasers. That's not how that works. 130 added back to the clock as they go ahead and unlock the bunker and start making their way to Objective Charlie.
I'm kind of resonating here with Growlu in the comments there being like, I'm not sure about that last engagement there. They kind of overcommitted a lot and didn't get anything done. And for me, usually that's a sign of swapping, but kind of like you noted before, there hasn't been any. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens here.
Massive grab and a huge anti coming in from Super Smooth. Able to get that triple right there. Bingo is the last remaining, and Lux, a little bit of a tactical dancing right there on the body of Bingo as that stagger comes in. Under the 1 minute mark, so definitely in a dangerous territory here as we see Itositos and the rest of Meow Militia grouping up here down to half health. And there's Coconut Carl with the railgun overclock shooting their way in. MacTackle getting anti there, able to find the blade kill onto Bing Dong, but finds the end of that Zarya beam, trying to get away. 7 seconds remaining on the clock. Somebody is going to have to touch this objective, and right now it looks like it's going to be Cameraman Mark II, just being able to hold on, having to invest the sound barrier just for them to survive, gets slept out of the sky as they're rotating around by Bingo. Gap trying to hold on with all of their life, waiting for the DPS to be able to get back into the action. It looks like MacTackle's back there, but it's not going to be enough there. Itositos finds Gap, the Graviton Surge, allowing them to go ahead and beam through the remaining enemies on the objective. It's close, but no cigar for Slasher Films as they get locked out at Point Sharp.
This is good. This is good for Meow Militia. If you are Meow Militia right now, you are celebrating because you did not allow them to full cap. You gotta take whatever victory you could get at this point because it's gonna help you in the next round with your mental. Because you could have looked at it like, oh man, we were doing so well, and then we just slipped up and let them go almost full cap. But no, you gotta switch your thinking here. You gotta be like, okay, we were able to kind of come together in the end here. Know now what they're gonna run based on the fact that there wasn't really any swaps, so they can better prepare themselves for what's coming next.
Win condition has been set, and sometimes that's really all you need to turn the tides in battles like this. But I had a funny thought, and let me kind of pick your brain. As a veteran of the armed services here in the United States, we do various chants when we're like marching or running, and I wonder if the Meow Militia uses the Meow Mix jingle as their chant. Like I'm just thinking in my head, meow, 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 and you just see all these cats just marching down the street. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there, Meow Militia. If you haven't thought of any cadences, you can definitely hire me. I'll go ahead and take care of you.
I'll take a crack at it. Meow
All right.
Militia, here we go. Slasher films, we will blow up. I don't know.
I was about to be a little questioning as to how that was going to end there for a second.
It's a work in progress.
It's all right.
Here's another work in progress.
Just brainstorming. Just brainstorming.
Trying to work to get to this objective as quickly as possible. We see Slasher Films set up on top. Obviously, they want to try to take them off of that high ground advantage.
That is true, and right now it is looking to at least not to give them the full value of what they are looking for. I've always questioned the bigger roles hold. Personally, I'm much more of the get in your face, stay on the payload, especially if you're not dealing with distance characters like we talked about. As you see, Super Smooth not able to avoid the dash there from Growloo, finds the right click to be able to finalize that. Coconut Carl able to find one on their counter Lux, and that is going to be it there for Slasher Films as they go ahead and get cleaned up here on the objective. And depending on how quick they get back, that might be Objective Alpha right in the bag.
Yeah, I don't think that Slasher Films is going to be able to touch right here. We see them not even getting across this kind of bridge area. Things are looking good for Meow Militia. Maybe my chant resonated with them. I'm saying resonate because I've been taking chemistry all semester, but...
We will see how this continues to work out for them. 5 minutes now on the clock for Meow Militia, and it seems that they have found their momentum. The question is, can Slasher Films shut this down? That is a lot of time in the time bank, a lot of ultimates that are going to be made available, and Matt Tackle is actually in a very intriguing position. You are essentially turning your back on the enemy spawn, and I truly worry if that is something they should not be a little bit more concerned about as we see them rotate over, now finding themselves in a battle with Growloo to try to gain control. And despite the nano being invested onto Gap, looks like all that energy really ended up going into Toasty Toast and their shielding to go ahead and charge them up to be able to cut like a butter through Slasher Films, and that payload's already halfway to Objective Bravo.
Exactly kind of what I was referencing in terms of the mistake made by Slasher Films is something that Meow Militia did, where during that whole fight, they were still pushing the payload constantly. We see now already the payload's rounding this building, whereas with Slasher Films, it didn't even get to this point. So it looks like now, obviously, Slasher Films is going to go for another recontest, but if it's successful, they don't even have to worry about another fight.
Well, as they say, double time now. No! As we see the sleep once again, Super Smooth is just so smooth with the way that they utilize that sleep dart, sleep after sleep.
I don't even think it was Super Smooth that time.
Down.
I think it was actually Mac Tackle who got it, so Super Smooth.
Oh, sorry, bingo. Yeah, sorry. Other side, other way around.
Both on us are doing a great job.
I mean,
we gotta give both of them credit where it's due. But you know, in terms of great job, generally, Meow Militia, I don't want to call it too soon, but their pushes on first and second have been really clean.
That's true, but we are getting to that point where we are now in the arena closer to the enemy spawn, and that can always pay off in dividends if you cannot get those picks fast enough. But that railgun shot once again finds the dome of Gap. Growloo and Bing Dong getting some finalizations there in the end, as we see the sleepwalking Toasty Toast making their way to the Mega Health Pack. I know it's a glitch, but I truly enjoy it. Just seeing people walking around with Z's on their heads all the time. We do finally see a swap. Gap going over to the Winston. For those of you that have not been following the changes coming out in Overwatch 2, Winston's only real change other than their health and armor has been the now right-click ability to kind of aimed an electric beam shot with their Tesla cannon that can prove to be quite deadly at long distances if they're having to deal with characters like hit scans or sky characters like Afaras or Echoes. And as you can see, that little bit of pushback, electrocuting that Cyborg Ninja is indeed paying off in dividends for Slasher Phil.
Rowlo getting super smooth, and now with the blade, finding 2 more, and there we go! It looks like Meow Militia is back in the running here. They are able to take Route 66.
That was a very quick turnaround that I was not expecting there. I think it might have just been that Gap went in a little too deep, and hopefully this has now shown Slasher Films, or at least both of these teams, that hey, sometimes you gotta swap some things up to be able to keep things going in your favor. It looks like that Reaper was doing that. I love it. I see what you did there. I love it. But seeing Slasher Films swapping off that Reaper, it looks like that Reaper was finding a lot more value than they may have early anticipated. So we'll have to see how this kind of continues forward in the matchup as we head to the new game mode push. If you've not seen it, obviously if you've been watching, you've probably seen it a couple times by now. But if you haven't, it is very much kind of a tug-of-war style of game. You have a little buddy bot there in the middle that runs back and forth between 2 barriers. And once you get to what we have now deemed as per Overwatch League regulations, the butt scratch moment, which is about the halfway point between that midpoint and the enemy spawn, you get an earlier spawn for the attacking team on that side, which makes it a lot easier for you to finish pushing it into the final area. There is still, of course, the debate that is going around as to whether 2CP is still worse than push, but honestly, as someone who has been enjoying push a lot, I would much rather the back and forth that we are seeing in push than the very stagnant, very brutal draws that I faced all the time in 2CP, which, note, if you didn't notice, in Arcade, 2CP is back. You thought it was gone, but very much like a pet cemetery, it has come back with a vengeance. It's not in competitive, so you don't have to worry about that. But nevertheless, if you do enjoy 2CP, you can at least enjoy it there. But we'll see how well this kind of aggressive strategy from both teams will work out on an area like New Queen Street. One thing that I've been noticing from a lot of teams is the lack of use of high ground potential. Not utilizing that high ground to their advantage to either be able to get off shots behind shielding, be able to kind of poke around corners that you wouldn't be able to do on the ground. And depending on which team utilizes that, oh, sorry, we're on Coliseo. Never mind, that doesn't matter then. But those roundabout areas can be just as equally as dangerous because of that high ground potential.
I like push in the sense where it can be a really nice way to truly see, like, almost like control, like a good tiebreaker. Because you're right in terms of the aggressive strategies can work for both of these teams here. And speaking of team strategies, I know for the side of Slasher Films, both Gavin and Mushroom are coming back into play.
I believe that's on either side. So Slasher Films is bringing Gavin back into play, where Mushroom is coming in for Meow Militia. So I will say, though, I do see a little bit of a change on Slasher Films, and I'm not hating it with the way that Super Smooth's been playing right now.
There we go.
Kiriko could pay off in dividends with the way that her kit works right now, and if that kunai can find some domes, whoo, that can be a tide changer. It's almost like, well, I'd say with Zarya, you're bringing a 3rd DPS on the field already, so now you have 4 DPS on the field that can kind of heal sometimes.
I got some critical hits as Kiriko on Coliseo, so I think that this is a good swap. I think that'll help them.
I did already get the yokai achievement, so definitely knowing how dangerous those can be, as we see the picks coming in early there for Slasher Films with Toasty Toast out of the action very early on. That's going to be a quick cleanup, and not fast enough for that team kill, but the enemies are back in spawn, and that's going to be a push coming in for the Slasher Films side.
fight almost went the way that you predicted, where I feel like almost everyone from Slasher Films got a kill there, including the supports, like you mentioned, like those 4 DPS on the team. So this new switched up composition is actually a really, really smart move from Slasher Films. A good sign of adaptability, in my opinion, considering they just lost that last match.
You got to think about how that kind of impacts the matchup as well, right? With that cleansing Suzu, you know, if any big anti-nades are coming in from Bingo, all it is the matter of a click to be able to shut that down. If Zarya is beaming down their tank, it's just a click to be able to keep your Zarya in play for a moment longer, and that may be all it takes. A little bit of back and forth between both teams, but it looks like Slasher Films, blades sharp for this fight, are going to continue pushing as best as they can, knowing that they are deep into enemy territory.
Who cares if they're deep into enemy territory if they're making it work? So far, it looks like Slasher Films has been doing pretty well. We know that now Meow Militia has the robot back.
Oh!
Kitsune Rush, though, coming out here from Slasher.
I think it was a little early, though. Not going to be finding a lot of the value that they were looking for. They do find Toasty Toast, but maybe that was really all they needed to do. Get that tank off of the field and create that opening for themselves. And that looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a cleanup. And it looks like we might be getting a very, very early butt scratch moment here within the first 3 minutes of the game for Slasher Films. And there it is. Bing bong! They're going to get that forward spawn now, and it's all about that final rotation around the Coliseo section into the end.
Now it looks like Meow Militia's trying to just find their footing here with the use of ultimate.
Oh!
But I was going to say...
See the Nano coming in, trying to keep Toasty Toast alive, as well as the blade had been unsheathed there from Growlu, but the Graviton Surge ended up pulling them back in before they could escape. So that is 2 ultimates taken off of the table there, and Bingo opting to swap over to the Baptiste for a little bit more healing. Not going to have those antis or sleeps that really have kind of been helping them out in this fight, and that's not going to be providing Growlu with a lot of additional protection.
You see the Graviton Surge coming in, but both beats as well. If you're the side of Meow Militia, you really want to switch something up, because I don't know how far alt rushes can take you anymore, especially since the robot is almost at your spawn door.
Oh, we see the Kitsune Rush coming out once again from Super Smooth, and that is going to allow that railgun to pop off without having to utilize that ultimate overclock to be able to get the same effect. Slasher Films indeed are heading very close into final fight territory, and with a couple of picks on their team, they will have to be a little bit more cautious as Meow Militia comes in full guns blazing.
And that full guns blazing is what they really need to do, because right now it's do or die.
There it is.
They have the opportunity to put it back, and it looks like Toasty's going to make that happen.
Yeah, that was the opening that they really needed. Having not all of their members there caused a little bit of hesitation, but honestly, the damage has already been done. 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and at 122 meters with Meow Militia, no progress, and Slasher Films could keep it that way.
It's possible, though, that Meow Militia can just miraculously turn things around, but judging by the aggression of Slasher Films and that availability of that Graviton Surge, we don't really know how likely that's going to be. But I don't know.
You see the protection Suzu coming in, trying to keep them up so that they can do damage into that Graviton Surge, but Growlu and Toasty Toast are done without having that digit on the board at very least, and they're going to go ahead and start pushing their side of the map.
This is looking good for them right now. Maybe this is the kind of the push they needed to put themselves in the winning area.
I truly do enjoy the puns. You have no idea. I make them all the time and make people cringe too. So I totally feel it. The protection Suzu and Bubble come in. A little bit of a miscommunication as to what would be used there, but nevertheless, it's just enough to keep Growlu away. Toasty Toast with the sneaky rotation there, finding the quad kill. Team kill rings loud and proud, but Growlu did get eliminated in that, so it is going to be a 4v5 fight as they are coming all the way from their far spawn.
It's going to have to be a little bit cautious here if you're the side of Meow Militia, just because he did lose that primary DPS that's been arguably putting in
there it is. Oh, the shutdown! Sorry, I breathed a little too deep in my gas there. But Mushroom shot out of the air before the sound barrier could hit is not a good position that you want to be in if you are Meow Militia. And the cleanup is going to be coming in quick, fast, and in a hurry. Growlu is able to find Super Smooth, but if they're fast about it, they might be able to get that forward spawn back before the engaging attack. It doesn't look like that will be the case. They'll have to back up and wait for Super Smooth to get back in the action.
Hopefully Super Smooth will make it back in time for them, but yeah, Meow Militia, they really want to do everything in their power here to keep going. Obviously 3 minutes on the clock, not a bad time to work with here.
Go ahead and see the blade unsheathed there for Mac Tackle diving in, able to at least get the immortality field. Toasty Toast seeing that gap in Gap's shielding is going to be able to take advantage of that, but the sound barrier might be able to turn things around. Really got to be careful. Toasty Toast is still at full strength for the moment, and they're going to come back and go ahead and finalize that. Thankfully, keeping their supports in line. Just losing their tank is not enough for them to be able to push through.
Yeah, Militia looking a little bit scared now because their strategies don't seem to be putting anything into fruition in a large-scale amount. And now Slasher Films, though, looks like they're gonna have to be met with yet another engage here from Yeah Militia, just trying to prevent them from getting anywhere near their doors.
Ooh, very good timing there for the Graviton Surge. You just saw a gap, as indeed a Slasher would be, just kind of sitting in the shadows, waiting for any member of Meow Militia to drop down from above. That is going to be a very quick cleanup, pushing the rest of those kitty cats back into their spawn area to attempt to regroup without getting shredded by these Slashers.
Now it looks like they're gonna have to do the shredding here. We have Growlu on that normal blade, but needs to pop it quickly here because Slasher Films getting dangerously
Ooh, there
close
it
to finishing this.
Shut down right there, and there comes the overclock looking to bing bong, but no! We're gonna see an overclock in return instead from Coconut Carl, and that Amp Matrix does make all the difference. But somehow, oh, just barely, Mac Tackle not able to solidify that elimination, and Bingo will be the one to lock in that bot, jogging back to the center.
That was a really good play there, that overclock there being from Coconut Carl being the one that prevails. Definitely what you want, because now Slasher Films, they used a lot there, so they don't have a lot in their ult economy right now, whereas Meow Militia still holding on to their own ultimates.
10 minutes starting on the clock, shaved back to the final moments as Growlu is able to find the double kill with the blade. That's going to be enough for them to be able to push through, but we're going to need a couple more of those. And if it is ultimate based for Meow Militia, there may not be enough time for them to bring those ultimates back.
This is going to be super crucial here for them to win literally every single fight because, you know, it's going to trigger overtime. And Slasher Films, you don't want them to have enough time to build up something substantial. We see Gavin already close to that beat.
We're going to have to see how well they can utilize that. Toasty Toast does have the Graviton Surge online to be able to get a little bit of a group up and hopefully lock down this point. But it looks like they're not even going to have to use it to be able to grab their own butt scratch moment in overtime. Now, similar to payload maps, we will see them continue to move forward. Oh, they took out the butt scratch. Not fair. Didn't even see it happen. I don't know if it even counts. I mean, I think we have to go back to the drawing board at this point if that movement does not happen at the halfway point. But nevertheless, Toasty Toast with the Graviton Surge Beat coming in to try to equalize as we see the railgun shot onto Coconut Carl. A little bit too high there, Mushroom. Could have found yourself in the same predicament you did before. Gap trying to find themselves into a good position to go ahead and beam folks down. It's a battle of the Zarias to try to sustain on this objective. And that is going to be the cleanup. Close, but no cigar from Meow Militia as Slasher Films takes the lead.
Oh, they were so close, my Pred. I'm 1-1 for Preds tonight. But I gotta hand it to Slasher Films. They did do a really good job there. They played really clean throughout this entire series. They were able to clean up any loose bits. They were able to prevent Meow Militia from getting the blunt out of their ultimates, meaning they didn't get anything basically too much over their heads in a way. So kudos to them. I thought that they did a very good job all around. So a round of applause there.
Well, it seems that I was incorrect as to where we were, or how far we were going, rather. It is only first to 2. So I will adjust my prediction, if only by the numbers, but it still played out as I kind of expected it to be without knowing much. So I guess very lucky. I'm going to go buy a lotto ticket now to go ahead and celebrate my victory. No, I'm broke. I'm not going to be doing that. But nevertheless, we're going to invite Jimmy back into the booth here to kind of talk about the breakdown and kind of the distance that this match went. Jimmy, did you expect kind of that comeback from Meow Militia when we went to Route 66?
First of all, I wanted to say mid-game, we kind of lost MFG to the Meow Militia propaganda, but I don't see the face paint.
Wow.
I only put on the paint.
We're supposed to be unbiased here in the booth, MFG. I'm just saying.
Money on the floor close here, because it is Slasher Films taking home the W. Like you just asked, I do think Slasher Films, maybe after, even though they had maybe a shaking looking map 2 here, the map 1 and especially here on Coliseo, they were really dominant and were able to close it out here. What do you guys think was the difference maker for them in this really close matchup against Meow Militia?
MFG, why don't you go ahead and start?
I'm thinking here that I feel like Slasher Films had a little bit more variation in their composition, because I know that, Jack, you had mentioned that neither team was really switching all too much, but I feel like there was a little bit more switching from the side of Slasher Films. For example, like Lux and Mara kind of did a little trade-off, if you will, of like who's playing what, along with like having Mac Tackle in the mix. So I think that kind of helped them out, put themselves in a way where they were able to kind of use different strategies, whereas I felt like correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there wasn't really any substantial swaps at all from Meow Militia.
Yeah, I mean, if we did see any swaps, it was more in reaction to what we were seeing in Slasher Films. And when we see that kind of counterplay that we typically see in Overwatch, the team that kind of initiates that is really the one that is kind of taking advantage of what is available to them. And I think that we saw that especially come out there on Coliseo by pulling out the Kiriko, those new abilities that really kind of changed the game, forced the swap of Bingo off of the Ana onto the Baptiste to try to create more sustainability, and it shows that maybe some supports haven't put Kiriko into their hero pool just yet, or may not feel comfortable enough being able to play her. So those that are putting in those grinding hours to be able to put those new heroes into their repertoire are going to be able to be more flexible when it comes to matches like this. But honestly, both teams incredibly skilled. It truly could have gone either way. It just seems that this time around, Slasher Films beat it out.
Yeah, very excited to see some Kiriko, and I think this match and also some matches we've seen before have definitely shown that Kiriko can be a viable pick, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these other BPL supports will now lock her more in rank because now she's available there. So I'm excited to see more of that hero. For MVP, however, last match we had a tank MVP with us. We're gonna keep it on that role. For this match, we're gonna give it to Gap, who was just an excellent. We see the Reinhardt here, but just an excellent Zarya player all around. Just a really great tank performance from them. Just the rest of the team as well. Like you can honestly make a case for every single person on that team for MVP of this match. But Gap's gonna take it here. I think deserved. Or would you guys agree?
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that was a really great show there from Gap. Like, I want to say I want to say the good old MTD. I really felt like Gap was the superior Zarya in that matchup, and now we have some people to talk to from Slasher Films. Hello, how are you guys doing?
We do have Gap and Mac Tackle here. Gap, just in case you don't know, you're our MVP of the match.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you quite literally filled the gap, so to speak.
Okay.
When it came to making a difference in this matchup. But nevertheless, Gap and Back Tackle, congratulations on your week 2 victory here. Kind of what was going through your all's head in preparing for your match today against Meow Militia?
So we versed the warm-up against like a ringer team, so that wasn't much practice. So we came into the match kind of like unprepared a little bit. So the first map we were kind of shaky, and then the second map we kind of just got rolled by their Zarya, and they're just hard focusing me. And then the next map, Mag Tackle put a little faith in me. I bubble him, he goes in, get the job done, and yeah.
I also did not play for a week. I was on vacation. I got back like an hour and a half ago, literally.
Oh goodness!
Yeah.
All right, and definitely in this early Overwatch 2 scene, a week definitely does make quite a difference in how much you know about how the game is played, especially with the release of Kiriko being one of those recent changes. So I can definitely understand that kind of nervousness going into today's matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that hard.
I did not notice it at all, honestly, now that you say that. I think you just look like any other player, so good job on you, I guess. I was gonna ask another question. I don't know if, I wasn't there for your last win. I wasn't the host asking the questions there, but I'm sure Mac Tackle, a lot of people are wondering why you're making the sudden switch to DPS in these last couple of months. Do you just not like the tank role anymore, or do you just like playing DPS more? What's the reasoning behind it?
Ooh. I think shooting things is really fun. Playing like cool ninja guys. I just like the characters a lot.
184k on me. So
yeah, that was cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a budget pickup.
MacTac also swaps every role every time he wins a championship, I heard.
That's true. Watch out, pro players, and come for you next.
Hey, I'm a support player.
I mean, with Kiriko in the mix, you could do a heck of a ton of damage that way. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely could be an option. So
I'd say Gap definitely worth every penny for you. Final question I had for you guys though was, now that you're 2-0 and you played both Mechanical Brain and Meow Militia already, now you have 3 opponents remaining in your next 3 games. I just wanted to ask, out of those 3 in your group, who's the one you're excited to face the most and why?
I think Midtown Jets is pretty funny. I have a lot of friends on that roster, so I'm excited to play around with them. Go a little silly maybe.
Okay.
All right, a little silly. We all understand the hidden code of what that means, so we'll be intrigued to for how hard can I BM my friends during that matchup so that they're mad at me afterwards.
Just a little bit.
just a little bit. It's all in good fun. So we definitely appreciate it. We do want to give you the floor for a moment so that you can go ahead and shout out anyone that's kind of influential to your victory today.
We had 5 other players, so they were pretty good in my opinion.
I guess the rest of the team kind of important, I suppose.
They're alright. They do the job.
Cool, amazing. Well, I want to say thank you very much, Mac Tackle and Gap. Was fun talking to you, and again, congrats on your victory. It was definitely a hard-fought one, and can't wait to see more from you.
Thanks. See you.
Awesome.
Bye.
Right, well, with that, we'll put a wrap on this match. I want to say thank you very much, Captain Jack. MFG, I think you're going to stick around. You're going to take my host spot for this next game. We have one more final match tonight on the card. It's going to be another B-League banger between Evo and Ice Cream Parlor. You don't want to miss this one. We'll be back after a short break.
everybody? Welcome back. Just like Jimmy said last match, I have taken over the hosting position. It is I, MFG, joined now by Pioneer and Hot Dog, bringing you a fun B-League match. We've got EVO going up against Ice Cream Parlor. Hot Dog, I think hot dogs and ice cream are a good combination, no?
It can be. Yeah, I usually have that in a ballpark. I'll have a little bit of both. A little bit of both.
I mean, it definitely, probably not at the exact same time, right? Let's make sure we can
It's like
split
more like
those,
one or
keep
the
those
other.
separate. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
like mixing together. Not quite there yet.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. We're not ready as a society yet for Hot Dog's favorite ice cream, but we are ready to talk about these two teams. If we want to look at the rosters between them, we see a lot of names, both new and old. On the side of EVO, some names that stand out to me. We've got Moopy, Hayden, and then we have Tomathan on Ice Cream Parlor, as well as Emmy. It's going to be a very interesting team composition here for the both of them. Like I said, new and old.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some pretty familiar names. You just said you have Tomathan is on there. Emmy's been around the block a few times. You have Moopy, Fish, Haydenator. I think it's going to be a fun map. It's a little bit tough to kind of tell who's going to win, obviously, kind of in the first few weeks here. But I mean, just looking at it, I mean, Evo's got a pretty strong kind of team here, no?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, names you can recognize, and even I recognize. I've been kind of gone for a little bit, but I definitely recognize Moopy, Chance, Haydenator as the captain there. So some pretty strong lineups that you see, but Ice Cream Parlor, I assume they're going to have something strong for us. We mentioned Emmy, listed as a tank, but played mainly DPS in their last match, right? So maybe some flexibility, maybe some roster issues. We'll see what Ice Cream Parlor is able to bring in for us this match.
Agreed, and Ice Cream Parlor is on a winning streak, whereas EVO is on the opposite end of that. So Ice Cream Parlor definitely looking to go 2-0, whereas EVO, well, that kind of rhymed. They definitely don't want to become 0-2. They really want to balance out this score here. So I kind of said this before in the first match I casted tonight, where I feel like that incentive of wanting to like get out of the losers area might be a tool to push EVO over the edge. But if we're talking predictions here, I'm going to be a little biased because I used to work at an ice cream parlor. So I think that on Busan here, which is going to be our first control map, I think Ice Cream Parlor is going to fare pretty well and fare pretty well throughout this whole match. Hot Dog, who do you have here?
I mean, they both won control maps, like on both their past maps or matches. It's a little bit tough. I mean, I think Evo. I mean, they just look good on paper here.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really interesting to see how they match up, especially like you mentioned, EVO coming off of the loss of 2-1, and then Ice Cream Parlor in their end 2-1 victory. So both teams riding that wave of going to a map 3, fighting in a really tough position. So we'll see if we get that same here thing tonight.
Absolutely. Even right out of the block, starting block here, I mean, pretty similar compositions actually, almost exact mirrors minus the Bap and Ana here. Right now, this Basket trying to get some sort of foothold here to start the fight here as they're dove in by the Genji. Able to stay alive, but not so much for Rocket there. Sent back to spawn. Evo already on the back foot here as Tomathan takes another early advantage against Fish. And already just kind of a quick turnaround here. Ice Cream Parlor making their name known very quick in this first match.
Yeah, EVO looking to be the aggressors there. You saw Moopy trying to go in on the dive immediately, but unfortunately it was his own support that ended up getting traded out. Rocket taken down first, and ultimately that wins the fight for Ice Cream Parlor.
Absolutely. Another fight ruined here, just again trying to get some sort of start to their ultimate abilities here. Basket already a third of the way to there. Very well ahead of Evo here. Fifi again, just trying to maybe follow up on this anti-nade. Are you able to stay alive to use that immortality field that's going to make it tough to walk in? Not having that cooldown makes it so very tough to find any sort of foothold. Now Tomathan finding Moopy. You got to already be forced back. 25% on the clock already. I mean, Ice Cream Parlor looking pretty dominant in this first choke rather.
Yeah, the ultimates are going online here. This first one that we're going to see, Trisky has that nano online. So we'll see what the engagement looks to be. Will they hold it? Will they try to look to use it a little bit early? Interesting. Also, look out for Winter, looking to get some boops in on the back line as this fight starts.
Yeah, and Trisky throwing in the nano boost on top of Tomathan. Able to get that Grafton surge up as Fish walks in. I mean, that is one pick, but it doesn't really matter as Tomathan is just getting so much damage. Now another respawn forced kind of back here. Man, this is already 60%. Ice Cream Parlor looking just, again, I just said it, they're just looking dominant here.
Yeah, you hear so many times, right, as how snowbally a map like a control map can be, and you're seeing it right now. 4 ults coming online for Ice Cream Parlor. The 75% point about to be hit. I don't know what EVO can do here.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be huge. Chances to get 2 picks here with BT able to get Root. Sort of back and forth, but not really. Ice Cream Parlor, I think, might have finally bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Chance finding Tomathan and BT is forced to back off and trying to regroup somehow. 90% of the clock as Chance finally steps on there, able to get Evo some time on the board here.
The double support ult comes out huge for the side of EVO here. Even with the grab, even with the blade coming out, definitely able to sustain themselves through, but we'll see if that comes back to bite them as they have nothing for a while on their support line.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, Ice Cream Parlor is so dominant now. It feels like they're so far ahead with Ultimate. Basket throws in theirs as a grab that gets chucked in. As along with that, Winter uses the sound barrier. It's going to be the momentum they might need to retake the point there. And now, unfortunately, Tompkins falling to that Sojourn attack. That's very tough. Chance also falling desperately low. The Basket finding Fish. I mean, this could still be winnable for Ice Cream Parlor. Now they're just trying to do some sort of cleanup here. And now a blade unsheathed. Moopy trying to kind of get back on these picks here, but it doesn't matter. Fifi finding the pick on Moopy. Ice Cream Parlor able to get kind of win out this fight.
And I think, Hot Dog, right there, you're able to see why this map was taken in control of them in the first place. The positioning by Ice Cream Parlor as they engaged onto that first fight. Basket going onto the high ground, the flanks on the sides going into the point. Found a lot for them, and we'll see if there will be a touch. And I guess not. Ice Cream Parlor taking the first point here.
Yeah, no such luck. I mean, Ice Cream Parlor, they looked so strong. They got a very aggressive first few fights there. Able to get a really solid advantage with their ultimates. I mean, that seems to be a big name in the game here over the past few matches. Just getting some good ult rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of how control goes, right? It's, you know, the snowballiness. You win first fight, you get faster to your ults, right? It's gonna be a really big thing on the team that didn't get the first fight to try to win. Usually they have to overinvest ultimates, like we saw. They had to put in both support ults to win that one fight, but kind of at the end of the day, you then don't have ults for the rest of the fight, the entire rest of the map. So we'll see. We kind of got similar comps here again, and we'll see what we find from our teams here on Mecha Base.
Yeah, now this is 100% of a mirror now. They're just going to really utilize that Baptiste immortality field and try and stay alive. Evo was getting doped pretty hard by Fifi. It felt like a Thompson point and all that. Tough to stay alive. Speaking of, Fifi already putting a bunch of things down as Thompson stop Fish. Now no immortality field. Fifi throwing in rocket balls as well as Haydenator. This is a massacre on this first fight. Once again, just kind of shades of last map here. They are doing really well in these first few engagements.
Yeah, shout out the supports here, right? You saw Moopy did a really good job, farmed a lot of his blade, but the supports keeping their team sustained, even though they didn't get positioning right away, made sure they won that fight.
Oh man, Moopy finding Frisky, but that's going to help as well. But man, Basket, they have a lot less damage and a lot less damage inside of Ice Cream Parlor. Fish is walking in, able to get that quick fight win here, and now Rocket finding Winter.
Yeah, Fifi, sorry, excuse me, Moopy. Like I was saying, farming up the blade, the supports aren't able to kind of hold and sustain then, as Tristaki goes down first, and Ice Cream Parlor then deciding, hey, we're going to try to push on this high ground. Lost one fight, but that won't be the end of this.
Absolutely. Now Moopy trying to just get a little bit close to that blade, just utilizing the close here. Fish as well, wanting to get a little bit closer on their grab, only halfway there. Townsend is getting so close. Haydenator finding Basket's going to be a respawn for Ice Cream Parlor. That's what you want to do. You want to find these aggressive fights and make it so they can't walk in and clean them up and get some time with it.
Yeah, Hot Dog. EVO is coming back with the vengeance right now. Felt a little disrespected, a little embarrassed there on City Center. Now they're the ones with the snowball. Ice Cream Parlor wins the first fight, but if you look at the ults online for EVO, almost all 5, it's looking very solidly in their control. And Ice Cream Parlor will decide, high ground didn't work, let's flank around on the other side.
Jonathan needs to be aggressive with this grab. Now with no immortality field for Rocket, they have to use the grab. Yep, there they go. Throws it in. Just chopping him down. Fish does find Townsend though. Mookie says no, it doesn't matter. And now it's really back and forth. Basket and Fifi, they seem to be making a difference for Ice Cream Parlor, and they're able to recap the point. A lot of ults engaged though there, felt like. It was kind of a bloodbath.
Yeah, you saw Blade and Window come out from both sides, but the most important one in this comp, probably the grab, ends up winning out there as Ice Cream Parlor invested theirs. And now we've seen another recontest right here. Look for Fisher use this grab.
Yeah, Basket trying to be aggressive there, pushing them back with his Sojourn ult. Not able to find a whole lot as Haydater uses their sound barrier. And now with no immortality field, Rocket is a little bit in danger, but it doesn't matter. Tritsky is the one that falls. Baptiste is off the field, but not having Haydater, it is a bit of a back and forth fight once again. Fifi taking advantage of that. There's no peel for Rockets. They fall. Townsend tiny chance as well. And now Ice Cream Parlor has been able to equalize. It looks like they're almost the same control percentage.
Man, Fifi is just feasting right now on these supports on the back line. I got both of them down. Yeah, really early in the fight, right? Looking like the supports are the ice cream that he likes and desires right now. But the kind of back and forth right now on the point, and we'll see what happens in this fight coming up.
Frisky under so much pressure there, forced to back up there, and now with Rocket using Mortality Field, again, they're on the back foot. They love using that cooldown so early. It's going to be just an issue for them consistently. Frisky uses theirs as well, so now there's no Mortality Field. Doesn't matter though. Luffy has fallen. Now Ice Cream Parlor once again on the just aggressive side here, investing their Baptiste all able to burn down Fish. They just kind of fell down by themselves. They did get a recontest, potentially stay alive. It doesn't matter. It's Frisky finishes off Haydater, and now it's a grab for celebration. And now Ice Cream Parlor cleaning it up, able to get the second point here on Busan.
Great job there by Ice Cream Parlor. A bit of a double dip for them here on Busan as they're able to take the first map. You saw a lot of the opportunities from whether the supports were going down first, whether the Genji was going down first. That seemed to be really turning the tide of this fight. Shout out to Fifi. Well-deserved play of the game here. I mean, maybe a ferocious, yeah. Phenomenal, yeah. You know, Lil Wayne. You know what Lil Wayne said? F is for phenomenal. Yeah, exactly. So very well done there to Ice Cream Parlor.
That was pretty phenomenal. I was looking pictures of ice cream. That's what you caught me doing there at the end there, because I got nostalgic. But they had a pretty clean first map there, I gotta say. I know that, like you said, Hot Dog, you were thinking EBL looked good on paper, but now I don't know.
Yeah, on paper, yeah. Though in action, yeah, Ice Cream Parlor definitely showed they were the stronger team. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but like we saw from both of these teams, they both went to 3 maps last week, right? So maybe we get a repeat of that here. Once again, I think you're finding whichever team can get that burst damage down, whichever team can find that first pick is finding the majority of the success in our first map so far, and we'll see if that trend kind of continues as the series goes on and on.
At least so, when going into our next map, which is actually going to be Rialto. We haven't really seen this map in a good bit. I believe it was removed for like the first part of Overwatch 2 because of bug issues. So we really haven't seen the team strategies unfold too much on this map, but based on comparing it to other kinds of payload maps, what are you expecting to see?
I think just keep doing that Zarya map. I mean, or Zarya strat. Just be aggressive, walk in on them. I mean, that's always tough to kind of contest with. That's probably what I would probably end up. Yeah, that's probably what I expect to see. Just a lot of Zarya, a lot of just rush, and a lot of speed being used.
I'd also be surprised if we start to see anyone try to run a Tracer Sombra, maybe with the Diva. Both these teams might just decide, hey, Zarya is good enough for us. Rialto can still definitely work as a brawl style map, even though there is a little high ground. This isn't like Watchpoint Gibraltar of a sense, right? So it's still something that could definitely be ran, and we'll see if they decide to kind of stick with this. I think EBO is definitely looking a lot more comfortable on it as the maps went on, right? And then maybe they're finding a little more solitude in the fact that, you know, the first point wasn't that close, but then definitely brought it back a little bit on point 2.
We will have to wait and see. Teams should be almost ready to go back into it, but going on a tangent here in honor of ice cream parlor being up, what are your favorite flavors of ice cream?
Any. They're all good as long as they're in my tummy.
I actually got asked this question because I was running a stream for my collegiate esports program, and I got flamed for my answer. So, but I'm not ashamed to say it. So I'm just gonna say it no matter what. Favorite ice cream flavor is actually vanilla.
Based, honestly based.
Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't expect it to be controversial. Maybe a
French
little,
vanilla ice
maybe a
cream
little
is so
basic.
elite.
Yeah, I expected it to be called basic, but like people were up in arms. They were rioting in the streets over here in Chicago. It was a mess, right? So, but yeah, if not vanilla, cookie dough runner up definitely.
My favorite's got to be coffee. I love coffee flavored ice cream, and I'm really sad because my college has not had coffee ice cream in stock for over a month, and they will not tell me why.
Maybe it's the supply chain issues throughout the entire global industry. I don't know.
I don't want to dox myself too much, but where I am, we actually have our own brand of ice cream. So the supply chain is right here. So I can just go walk over to the supply chain.
They need to repair the parts to
Demand. I will hold the cows hostage, and I'll be like, listen, if you don't make coffee ice cream, then no more ice cream for anyone.
MG, I'm not gonna lie, you got a lot of respect for me. But you're gonna have to lose a few points off of the coffee flavored ice cream. I just don't know. Okay, to be fair, I hate coffee. And I think anything flavored like coffee is even worse.
Wow.
So I apologize, but maybe your college is saving you from eating something as disgusting as coffee flavored ice cream. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, but serious question: how do we feel about mint chocolate chip?
Pretty good. I like it. It's not my favorite in the world, but it should be. It's okay. What about you, Hot Dog? What do you think?
It's decent. I don't need enough ice cream to really have a good opinion on it, to be honest.
Really?
You guys might as well tell me you ate toothpaste growing up, honestly, at this point, because
okay,
mint chocolate chip is even worse.
Well, when okay. I thought the toothpaste flavored jelly beans were actually good in Bean Boozled, so you kind of got me there. But little update from production. We're still waiting a little bit on a slight delay, but we are going to get into the map pretty soon, so don't go anywhere. Don't think we're just yammering around ice cream just to delay you. But who doesn't like ice cream? I guess Hot Dog doesn't like ice cream that much. What do you like for dessert?
I don't eat dessert. I'm literally trying. I'm a bodybuilder, so I don't really have time to eat ice cream, unfortunately.
Honestly, I am fit. I went to the gym today and I eat ice cream, okay?
I didn't say that, but if I'm trying to eat 5,000 calories a day and at least 150 grams of protein, I don't have room to eat ice cream.
You gotta treat yourself at least once a week.
He's got a point. Yeah, you definitely gotta watch the macros. So, I thankfully no longer have to be a college athlete. So I kind of enjoy my post collegiate athlete life. So at least out of season, I still run at track meets every now and then. So like once I'm in season, I'm on the same boat as Hot Dog here, or in the same bun as Hot Dog here. But for the most part, I mean I had some ice cream last night, so I'm definitely a big fan of it.
See, I actually have a sad ice cream story. Well, not sad, but more of annoying. Because I bought ice cream last week, and as I was eating it, I noticed my spoon was pink, and so I flipped the ice cream over, and they had put strawberry ice cream under my vanilla ice cream, meaning the spoon was not washed when they scooped my ice cream.
Did that bother you? Is that a really big pain point?
That's pretty normal.
No, I don't like strawberry ice cream. No, I have to say.
No way you like mint chocolate chip and you don't like strawberry.
And well, maybe it's because of habit, because I did used to work at Cold Stone, and at Cold Stone they you wash the spades every time you make a new ice cream. So I guess I was expecting the spoon to be washed. I don't know.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, but you're oh yeah, I worked at one of the premier levels of ice cream department's etiquette, right? And then you're comparing your
Wait, I'm gonna try to find a
this
picture.
lower level that you're at.
Hold on, I gotta get. Oh, here. See, look, MFG Cold Stone. Wait.
You're kind of missing the camera there. Nope, other
Yeah,
way. It's backwards. There we go.
There we go. Wait, hang on. There's undo
There we
typing.
go.
Yeah. See, MFG
Oh,
and
you're missing
Coleman.
it. Ah, nice.
So, real
Okay.
and existing.
Okay.
I don't know. Hot dog, have you, I guess we could talk about savory foods since you don't like Okay, aside from the obvious, which is hot dogs, what's your favorite ballpark food?
There aren't any others except hot dogs. There's only hot dogs. Only hot dogs and beer. Beer is I guess would be the other food that I would eat at ballparks.
I can't join this conversation.
I don't know.
Hot
Man,
dog.
it's just all you need. A nice hot dog. I mean, nice and cool to drink it down. That's all you need. All you really need.
That's fair.
Water.
I feel like hot dog. I can see that you got like the Chicago style hot dog in the background right there. Is that a
Yeah,
favorite?
I mean, I used to be a ketchup enjoyer. This ketchup, but it's like you know, there's got a little bit of everything. Plus the National Hot Dog Council says that unless you're 12 years old, you shouldn't have ketchup on your hot dog.
All right, map set all live, which means we are back. Rialto, like we said, is going to be our next map we're going to be diving into any second now. Hopefully the teams won't dive into the water, but who knows, maybe Lucio Boop will make that happen.
Yeah, I mean that's another good thing about going out on summer days, going to the ballpark, getting a nice swim. Who doesn't know that?
Ready for battle.
Has anyone here been to Italy? I see. If you look at our map set, we kind of got like back-to-back Italy maps. I didn't even realize until just now.
Lazio and Italy, I guess it's Rome.
Yeah, Rome, right? So Venice, then Rome. We're kind of traveling all around the world here. Nice and peaceful.
Or at
Love
least
to see
at
it.
least a little slice of Italy. You know, which I mean that would be
Pizza?
My friends' like parents went on like a eating and drinking tour of Italy, which I feel like would be just the best. Just the best.
That does sound amazing, honestly. I have been to Italy. It's the food is exquisite. I will say that. Big fan.
Hey, that is one place I want to go. I've been to Sweden and that's it. But we'll stand there. We'll get out. More. We'll get out there, touch some grass. But Shane's already falling dangerously low. As well as Beefy needed to be back up already. Moopy very aggressive there. I mean, Spooky Genji's gotta be aggressive there. Chance as well, throwing a lot of damage. Trying to find some magic with that railgun shot. Not doing a whole lot except pushing off high ground, which could be what they need to really get some kill up here. Now, already under pressure, Moopy trying to again reclaim this high ground, trying to make it so Ice Power can't get a very good defense going. And a quick little dash into the wall, and not a lot's happened so far. Just kind of happened.
Yeah, you see, trying to get that high ground is really going to help set up their Baptiste for some very good positioning to be able to heal. But like you said, not a lot has happened except right there, Tomathan takes on Fish.
That's huge. I mean, already, that's what you need to have happen. Evo forced back in. A minute already off the clock. I will say this first choke is pretty tough. It doesn't surprise me that it wasn't an instantaneous push, but hey, I mean, you got some time off the clock. That's huge for Ice Cream.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see as this map goes, like what's the difference between the Soldier in here versus the Hanzo, right? EVO loses that first fight, but Chance is getting a lot closer to that overclock versus Emilio for the Dragons. So maybe we see a little bit of that kind of come into play a little bit later in this map.
Yeah, Thompson's been absolutely monstrous on Zarya. Just absolutely outclassing Fish on pretty much every single charge damage. Keep falling though, Fish. I mean, they heard me say that and wanted to say no. We got to push back on that. Already taking the high ground there, very aggressive, and now trying to burst people down that grab. Successful. Few picks though, already on both sides, and now again back and forth. Fish ends up pulling himself up that right click. Thomasman, he's gotta get the strong Zarya. Gotta be a menace.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Tomathan is the only person standing. I know that fight was crazy, but did you see that camera angle by the casters? It was like the news helicopter angle. That was pretty cool. You know, shout out production for that. I've never seen a camera angle like that before in Overwatch. So, shout out to them.
They got all the tricks. Solomon got all the tricks out there. Down chasing down Fish, Weldon worked out, he's thrown out by Trixie. It's gonna be very easy to walk in, and Fifi once again showing themselves to be the dominant Genji on the field. Luffy has a blade, but has not been able to use it there. And now, I mean, look at these ults. I mean, it seems to be much more in favor of Ice Cream Power just looking at this on paper.
Yeah, Fifi might be the dominant Genji, but they also do have the more dominant Zarya, as Tomathan has just been farming right now. Whether it's on Fish or whether it's the regular team in general, it's been absolutely ridiculous. See what they do. Dragon's coming in soon.
Yeah, and the grab's thrown in as well. It needs to be a successful one. But with that Immortality Field, no such luck. Able to use the sound barrier. That is huge from the Lucio inside of Ice Cream Parlor. Now Mubi just forced to chase people down fruitlessly. Fountain does eventually fall down there. Rocket chases him down, but it doesn't matter. Mubi as well joins him in the alternate spawn. Oh, man, it has just been a bloodbath on the side of Evo. Looks like they might take this point, though.
Yeah, but there might be a touch. Yeah, we're seeing a touch right now as amazingly they've been able to keep people alive, and Emilio finds Rocket through the window.
Look at Fifi jump in, immediately getting those picks, 8-8er fallen and Fish. Fifi again has just been the difference maker, it feels like, for this team.
Oh man, I think it's huge. If we go back like a fight and a half ago, Mupi dying right at the end, I think was enormous, right? They didn't have a full fight to be able to fully cap this last point, and now we're getting dangerously close to overtime on one of the hardest points for attackers to be able to finish.
Yeah, now they just need to push in past this window, so they're not able to get any sort of advantage out of it. Aiden going in the sound barrier, trying to make something happen. And though, finding Trixie, that could be it, but Fish has fallen as well. But Fifi says, no, it doesn't matter. My name is Fifi, I'm in the server, you're gonna lose. Already a dominant defense. 4 minutes off the clock, just fallen. Really well done by Ice Cream Parlor.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to Ice Cream Parlor. Trisky might go down there, but at the end of the day, the damage is just a little bit too much. Another grab comes in from Tomathan along with the Blade and the Dragon Strike. At that point, there's just like nothing you can do for the side of EVO. Like I said, it's so hard here on Rialto if you don't get that cart to the end of the point on first point on point A here, that it really is, especially if you've invested a lot of ultimate, becomes near impossible for the attackers to be able to finish it.
Yeah, and Bad Pachimari said it best, Tomathan might be my king. Aren't you British? I don't think that's true. Isn't that some other dude? Bad Pachimari, I feel like you're not a true Brit. I'm ready for battle. You're sus, Bad Pachimari.
Look, man, the Brits are confused, right? Just lost List Trust. Just lost
They're so confused. They might give Boris back.
They don't know who. They don't know who's in charge. They don't know who's in charge right now, man. We can't blame them. We can't blame Bad Pachimari right now.
False. You can always blame BP. I love BP.
BP's alright. No, I'm a big BP fan here. Honestly, I can't lie. Bigger fan of BPL though. But BP's kind of cool. But kind of coming to this next one. Is there anything EVO can do? What have we seen? Any luck that they might have?
Like they just gotta win, man. Like they need to be aggressive with these fights. Like, that seems to be the one thing that Ice Cream Parlor was doing well is being aggressive. They're gonna be trying to do that now. Chucking in that bubble on top of Muki, or Fifi rather. Able to get some damage already, twice the speed it seems to which Eva was pushing it in. Just gross. It's tough to kind of defending.
Yeah, it looks like Ice Cream Parlor going for like really heavy burst comp, right? You still kind of have that with how these teams are played, but with the Genji and the Widow, maybe hopefully, and hey, get a body shot, I'll finish them off for you, says Fifi to Emilio. We'll see if that's able to work out for them right now.
Yeah, that's huge. Mubi following Tomathan, I think that's the go button there. They need to push in, already finding Immortality Field Rocket. I mean, they seem to use that Immortality Field and seem to get a whole lot of value out of it pretty consistently. Emilio as well, just kind of sniping down here. That is huge. So much damage being pumped in. Fifi finding Rocket. They're just cruising this in here. This is a leisurely stroll here to the point.
Yeah, Fifi taking out Rocket may be a very common thread so far in this series, as that looks to lead them almost to certain victory right here.
Yeah, that's going to happen as well. I mean, that's huge speed, not going to do a whole lot, and there's Rocket falling. A 2-0, a nice clean victory from Ice Cream Parlor here to take the series.
Yeah, definitely huge. Oh, look at them with the matching skins. Okay, we're looking a little fresh out here. I see it.
It's all about the ladies' touch. We've got our another team with multiple women on it. We love to see it. We love to see that beautiful victory to go along with it. kudos to Ice Cream Parlor. I thought they did a very good job, a very clean series through and through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely shout out to them. Currently, they moved to 2-0 in our B League Brazil group, which is huge, right? Kind of sending that statement. Maybe being the team to beat in that group, we'll end up seeing as the season goes along. Right? Plenty to play for here, right? Plenty still on the line. A lot of matches still to happen, but Ice Cream Parlor setting themselves up very, very quickly for some good success as the rest of the season goes.
And if we take a look at the standings here for that Brazil League, obviously Ice Cream Parlor now in that 2-0 slot at number 1. Meow Marauders not too far behind, same with Ember, both of whom are tied in terms of record and map differentials. And then we have Whiteout, Yoink, and EVO. So a couple of people still not having a set rank number yet, as you can see. But going back to this match, I think that we can agree on who deserves player of the match here. And I've got to say Fifi.
I think Tomathan could get some votes too. I mean, he was so aggressive on that Zarya, but Fifi, I mean, it's a toss-up between those two, honestly. They were both pretty scary.
Am I the tiebreak right now?
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to go with Fifi. Shout out to them. Definitely shout out to Tomathan for, I mean, obviously, what's a Genji without their friendly Zarya bubble, right? Nothing, right? But still, you need the Genji to do the job, and Fifi definitely got the job done in the series. So, shout out to her and what she was able to do, and man, very, very, very awesome to see. Like kind of like MFG said, right? We got a number of women on this team, Ice Cream Parlor, and kind of seeing what they're able to show out for us going up 2-0 in the season is pretty impressive.
Hashtag girl power.
Hashtag.
Not sure if we're gonna get any interviews in just yet, but we'll wait a little bit to see if they're kind of flowing into our little chat here. But yeah, for the meantime, what was another kind of highlight that you witnessed during this match? We can start with you, Hot Dog.
I mean, again, just Tomathan, just aggressive Zarya, able to get so much more damage, much more utility, I feel like, than their counterpart Fish and the other team. And just unfortunately, it felt like the amount of space they got has really contributed a lot more to Ice Cream Parlor's success. It was just, unfortunately, they could just walk in, Fifi could do whatever they wanted, and there you go, you win the map.
Yeah, I think you kind of saw, like I said, and maybe it's just Overwatch 101, but taking out the sports early and often definitely seemed to be something that worked out for Ice Cream Parlor. And I wouldn't even say like it necessarily was the positioning from whether Hayden or Rocket, but you saw a lot of times in the kill feed early on in our fights, Fifi's killed Rocket, right, or the other DPS's killed Hayden, and it really seemed to kind of set the tone as it went. You saw EVO found a lot of success in their end as well, doing the exact same thing, right? And like I said, it's Overwatch, take out supports, you win. But when this is a comp that isn't pure dive, but you still have the Genji who's able to burst down targets really fast. You still have the Soldierin who can do the same as well. It puts a lot of pressure on supports to definitely watch their positioning, definitely watch their cooldown usage. And when DPS can punish that, you see kind of what you saw today, and a really good result for Ice Cream Parlor.
Could not agree more. Does not look like an interview will happen, but just another kudos to Ice Cream Parlor, wishing them well on their next match. Hopefully EVO can bounce out of this losing streak and come up strong too. But we're not done yet in terms of this weekend. It's only day one. So if we look at tomorrow's schedule, we have a lot of fun games ready for you. We see we're starting off the evening with Midtown Jets going up against Nox. Then we've got Kitsune Blossom and Catalyst, Yoink and Meow Marauders, and last but not least, Northbound and Frontier. Both I want to say geography related names in terms like a compass. Interesting. So you definitely don't want to miss those games, but it's going to be it for us tonight for the Friday schedule. So we will see you later this weekend.
Adios.
Peace.
Yeah.